Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, gotta fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. This is Phil Lindsey from the city of Chicago.
What else?
I thought you were going to do yours where you're like Righteous Reg, Oakland, California. You see those clips that popped up on the timeline of like each person from each War Games side, and they're like,
I haven't seen it.
Range from the island relevancy. Like they did it like the football intros.
No, I haven't seen it. Sounds hilarious though.
Yeah.
They didn't play it on SmackDown.
No, it's just like an internet thing. It's
Okay.
like Solo Sokoa, I love you.
Okay, run it back.
Philip Lindsey, Chicago, Illinois.
Righteous Reg, Oakland, California. Yes.
Somebody somewhere will clip this up, I guess. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, this is Righteous Reg.
In the building.
We're here. Yeah. No, somebody saying in our chat that Tama Tonga did do his he did do his yeah in his as well. Very funny.
Tama Tonga's hilarious. It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster, Righteous Reg, Media Man. It's Saturday morning. There's a lot of wrestling on today. I don't know what's wrong with you guys, starting with Grapsody to talk a lot of wrestling, and then there's like 8 hours straight of wrestling. It's exciting, Philip Lindsey. What's up with you? How's Chicago? And how was your Thanksgiving?
It's good. It was some. I feel like every year now you expect your family to do some weird stuff, and I was like, oh.
This year of all, though, right?
Yeah, I was like, I guess, and I just was like, let me not be over there. Let me be over here. Yeah, how was your Thanksgiving?
It was pretty chill. I had those same thoughts. I went to Bakersfield, of course. So I was like, I'm going to Bakersfield. I'm just going to be at my mom's house. I'm not going to nobody else's house. I'm not going to look at anybody else. She cooked food. We ate it. And then that was it. It was super chill. Nothing crazy. No, everybody's like, your uncle, blah, blah, blah. I don't deal with none of that. It was just me and my mom, and it was chill. I loved it.
Yeah. Went to Dynamite the day before, which has become like a Thanksgiving tradition. Mm-hmm. Did see a friend of the show. Did see some people that stopped and said hello. Appreciate everybody that stopped and said hello and said how much they enjoy the podcast.
Amazing to hear every time.
Yeah, it's a good show. Continental Classic kicked off this week.
I like
get
it.
into that in a few.
Mm-hmm.
There was I was surprised again, which I guess I shouldn't be surprised at this point. Walking around Wintrust Arena, and I saw quite a few fourth row shirts. I'm like, man, Westside might be onto something, bro. Because a lot of fourth rope or Griselda hoodies.
That's really dope to see. I went on Twitter for like 5 seconds yesterday, and I saw that the first thing that popped up is Hills Have Eyes 4 in Atlanta in December.
Yeah. December 12th.
Wow, that's
2 weeks.
Soon. You gonna pull up?
No, probably not.
It's so soon.
I think all of my wrestling trips for the year are done.
Same here. I would love to be there so bad, but like, can't, brother. That's exciting though. Shout out to Westside Gunn. I'm glad that he's continuing it so quickly too. When was the Chicago one? That was like
November
3 weeks
2nd.
ago? Yeah, like not that long ago. That's dope.
Yeah, well, I had heard that there would be a show in Atlanta because I know somebody that's probably going, but they just hadn't made the official announcement.
Oh, you on the inside, huh?
So yeah, but that's dope for them. That Atlanta's a cool setting. I mean, I think they're going from here to Atlanta. I believe they've got a few more not announced yet, but a few more that they're going to try to do. I think they're going to do every 6 weeks is what I heard.
What?
Mhm.
That often?
Yeah, I heard they're going to do a show every 6 weeks, so, which that tracks here because it's I said November 2nd, December 12th, 6 weeks away.
Wow, that's interesting and exciting. Considering a lot of independent promotions don't run that often, like GCW runs the most often, but for them to run every 6 weeks with like a not established roster is an interesting concept. I'm super excited about all this. What happened in Chicago, and they're going to continue that. I hope they get to California here soon. Like, I'm all in.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if that remains a consistent thing running every 6 weeks. Because
that sounds crazy.
I like you was like, oh, that's a lot.
I was like 6 weeks.
6 weeks. 6 weeks.
I'm like, some people that are established, Philip Lindsey, don't run every 6 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, with established rosters, established champions, established brands don't even do that often. So I'm excited to see him jump right into it. You know what I mean? I was listening to Still Praying yesterday, and every time he's like, I'm on my wrestling, I don't even care about none of this. I'm like, he's serious though. You guys.
Yeah. I don't even care about this no more. I just want to get on here and talk some shit.
Bro, I got you, West Side Gun, and he's doing it. It's very exciting stuff. What else was going on this week? What was wild this week? Drake? What's up with your boy?
Nah, one of the funniest things I saw was, of course, I've made fun of it several times, the On the Radar joint, the combination. And so somebody said litigation.
It's there's a couple of things you don't do, Philip Lindsey. We know we're hip hop guys. Our lives have been encompassed by this genre and everything that surrounds it, specifically beef. We spent so much of this year talking about this beef, and I never in my life thought it would get to this point. But I saw a clip of Charlemagne from like 6 months ago. He was on his pod and he was like, "Oh, he's gonna sue him," and I was like, "Damn, he prophesized this." So what do you think? How do you feel about this?
This is possibly the corniest thing that Drake has ever done.
Thank you.
Suing after rap beef is cornball. Like, there's no getting around it. But
I'm gonna sue you, buddy. It's crazy, Philip Lindsey. After you get flamed.
Well, getting cooked and then going and saying I'm gonna cook the label because you guys helped him push this song. And it's really, we should say this, it's not actually a lawsuit yet.
Yeah.
It's just like a pre-filing before a lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
But still, there's paperwork.
There's paperwork. If there's paperwork, there's smoke, there's fire, you know?
There's paperwork, and that looks bad. And, of course, rap, when there's paperwork,
it's over.
A lot of rappers are looking at you like, oh, you're telling. Mm-hmm. And if you're telling, what else you telling about? It just don't look good. But Rory got on the interwebs. It was one of the rare times I actually sat on Twitter and watched something. I was like, oh, this was actual useful information.
Mm-hmm.
He broke down why other artists should actually be upset about what Drake is saying that Universal did. And I was like, oh, he has a point.
The only issue I have with it is like, but they do it for you too, dude.
Well, that's where I was getting from.
Like, you're not being like, they're not pushing your songs into everything, and they're not putting you at the top of every playlist, and they're not doing this. That's the only. It's like you're being a hypocrite, though.
That's what I was getting to. So, Rory talks about specifically in there how they may have allowed people to license, not like us, at 30% lower than their usual licensing rate. And when you think about that and what that means to other artists, that they were basically lowering this rate so that this song would get played more. And this goes into the age-old conversation of what is a stream worth and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
payola.
When I was actually watching, I was like, he has a point. And if you're an artist, I understand why you could be looking at this like, oh, the labels is doing funny business. Now, what I also said is that this is all in line with what Vince Staples said all the way back when they asked him, hey, who do you think is winning this beef? And he was like, hey, man, these labels are on some shicey stuff. Like, while we're doing all of this, like, we're fighting for, our rights as artists. We're fighting for, to get what our music is worth and all this other stuff. And the labels are, doing this other stuff. Also, everybody, again, got mad at J. Cole. And J. Cole said on the record that he dropped, hey, it's some bots and fishy stuff going on. I don't want nothing to do with this. Mm-hmm. And people were so busy like, oh, this guy again, explaining again. He again had a point. And so all of those things aside, suing after rap beef is just never going to look good. It just looks ultimately corny.
I don't care what they did. You was going to look to see like how you could flip this, and you were like, oh, the number. Nah, I don't care.
And there are two. He filed two. And so, you can go and look up the specifics about both of these cases.
Defamation after a rap beef, Phil, is like after a rap song. You're talking about a beef rap song. Like Jay-Z wasn't like, dude, I'm not 36. I'm not in a karate class. Like, dog, it's
there's a lot of wild stuff in there. There's at a point in the first filing where he alleges that Universal encouraged him to sue Kendrick, and that if they didn't, they may sue Kendrick, which is wild. And I'm like, huh? There's a few things in the actual filing and the paperwork if you read through it, which you guys, smarter people than me with actual like understanding of a lot of legal jargon in there, probably can decipher this stuff better. But the thing that I came away from it with, other than, hey, Drake, this looks crazy, is that the music industry is crazy. There's so many things about this that look very, very shady on Universal's side, which doesn't surprise me. But the other part about it is, like you said, Drake, you've benefited from this. And so people that are trying to turn this into, see, Drake he's on the right side of this. You guys are missing it. No, he wouldn't have drawn attention to this at all if he didn't lose a rap battle.
That's it.
So I don't know, man.
Now he's lived his life off of this. Like, people are acting like, Roy brought up the best point of like, they're just lowering our standards even lower than they already set in order to push this beef, which also goes back to like deeper of like when Tupac and Biggie were beefing and they had like Vibe magazine and all these kind of media outlets were pushing it and putting money and capitalism behind it and making it all crazy when it's like way deeper than that. And so this is the same type of thing of like Universal was playing a role of, we should have been just hearing two of our favorite rappers going at it. Like, I don't want to hear that labels were involved, and I don't want to hear that there's all these shady dealings, but also 0% new stuff here. Like, shady, the record business has been awful for a long time. They've been paying radio stations and playlists and everybody in the world to push their artists. Why do you think when you click on your little Spotify playlist, Drake's face is right there? Like, I'm like, dog, like, I would understand if you weren't Drake. Like, if it was some lower tier guy that was going against Kendrick and they like started exploiting numbers and all this, I'm like, all right, that's cool. But you're Drake, dog. Like, it doesn't even matter about exploited numbers. You're Drake. You got like 100 gazillion Spotify listeners every month. Your people are faithful. They're still saying you won the battle in all this. So what is going on here? Like, take your L and run. And you're not taking your L and running. It's like, it's unfortunate, dog. And like you said, that's the corniest thing that's ever happened in rap. Like, people have died over this stuff, and you're like, you could have just been like nothing. You could have said nothing, like just, took your vacation and came back, and people would not have cared. That's how this game works. But for you to throw this little fuel on the fire and make it extra corny and be like, I'm going to get my lawyer, buddy, I'll see you in court. I can't.
Yeah. It breeds into a lot of the stuff that both Ross and Kendrick said about him. So, and it also goes into, again, where Family Matters did not age well. You're saying a bunch of stuff about this guy on Family Matters that seem like they're not true, but you're also saying, "Hey, but this song was harmful to me, and you guys pushed it." And then in the second lawsuit, claimed defamation. But you also alleged that this guy put his hands on his woman and that one of his kids is not his. And then you in the same song said a cease and desist is for hoes. But wait a minute. Now you have paperwork? Okay,
Hold
cool.
on a minute. These things are not adding up, Phil. A cease and desist is for hoes. But actually, you're being served.
Yeah.
What, dog? Like, through all this ups and downs we've been in this battle, and there's been a roller coaster of emotions. I'd never thought at the end of this, like, there might be a lawsuit. Like, that's just not the way you want to put the stamp on what is one of the best battles we've ever had.
Yeah. Kendrick just opened his mouth. Somebody go serve him a lawsuit right now.
What does Kendrick think? You think, Phil?
He tripping? I wonder if that whole exchange in that text message screenshot was real. You see that?
Nuh-uh. Oh, the Kendrick one. Yeah.
He tripping?
Okay, I did see that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hip hop is crazy. Feel like the way if we're gonna end the year like this, like, I don't know what's next.
Trying to tootsie slide right up out of this one, man.
Okay, the last question is, can he come back from this? Like, there's a lot of things I was like, it's fine. After Not Like Us, you're fine. This, how do you feel?
I don't think. Well, I should say this, like I said, after the whole beef. The people that are big Drake stans, like the women that listen to him still, they don't care.
They don't care.
And they're not going to care.
And the people that are still hardcore for him, they don't.
They're not going to.
Same thing. Yeah.
They're not going to care. But for what this represents to hip hop and like the respect that he's lost, not just in the process of this beef, but now this, it's gonna take him. I don't know, man. I think he's gonna have to. I said before he should get low and just like not drop music. I don't know, man. He might take some time away. I don't see him doing that though. So
no, he announced like an Australian tour or something recently.
Yeah, at the same week as Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Good for you, dude.
Yeah, he was on a stream, telling the streamer, "Oh, we don't listen to Weekend over here." I'm like, "Dog, you look crazy, dog. Like, just."
And every time Elliot talks about you, this is what he's talking about. Where are you? Like, what stream is this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're giving up information like that to this guy?
Yeah, and it's not really information. You're just sitting on the stream and just look. I'm still outside. Like I didn't lose. Like you need actual facts to beat me up. If it's not actual facts, why you? I don't know, man. It just all looks crazy, man.
This song is dumb. None of it is true. Actually, it hurts me though. But if none of it's true, man.
Your lies are hurting me. But look, facts can't actually hurt me. I'm on the stream with this white guy. You need facts to take me down. See, I'm still alive and well, but also I'm filing lawsuits. Like,
but also I'm hurt though because this song is hurting me.
This looks crazy, man. Cole put some music out, dog. Like I just distract us from the rest of this.
Please,
Kendrick album is still very good.
Yes.
Let's just move on.
Help you guys. I don't want this anymore.
Yeah, Cole announced that he is going to be performing Madison Square Garden surprise show. Good for him. I think he just dropped something like a podcast or something. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but
there's like a story of his career podcast. He's like breaking it down in audio form type thing, like his highs and lows. I haven't heard any of it, but I definitely would like to.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. Cole's still one of them ones. I don't care what nobody talks
about. I'm not gonna let y'all do that to Cole. Like I know after all this, I'm like, man, you got out at the right time. These are some shenanigans involved in this. There was some plunder, Philip Lindsey.
Yeah, nah. Let's just everybody, let's just move on up out of this. It's cool.
I'm good. Thank you. Whew. Crazy. That mustard clip though. The one psych mustard.
Hilarious. So my niece is like a big Drake fan, and so I was curious. how she felt and how this would deter her. No, and that's why I told you some people that love Drake, they don't care, man. Like
it doesn't matter.
They don't care at all. But I was talking to her on Thanksgiving Day, and I was just like, so you're just like 10 toes down still? She was like, nah, still Drake fan. She was like, nah, the options in here. Y'all like this Kendrick music. I was like, oh, okay. And so she was sitting there eating some greens, and I was like, what kind of greens is that? Collard, right? It's a mix. It's collard. And she was just like, what do you mean? I was like, is collard? Any other greens in there? She was like, I don't know. Maybe mustard!
Damn, you're that old uncle, huh? I love it. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Drake does it. None of this to the real core, the people that didn't care about the battle regardless, none of this matters.
No, those casual rap fans, they don't care.
They don't care. They're like, why are you guys still talking about this?
Casual music fans, they don't care.
No. And they shouldn't. Good for them. This for us. And for us.
I don't want this to be for us.
Bad,
like this is now jumped into a place that I never wanted any of this to go. And again, J. Cole may have been right. Like, I don't know. He may have been right all along.
And there's so many like back end things about like, are rappers going to start doing this if you diss them in a song? There's the thing about not using rap lyrics in court. There's like all these like, what are you doing?
Yeah, this looks disgusting.
Why are you doing that?
Meanwhile, Lucien is intermingled with some other nasty stuff as well. You didn't see that? He's one of the people that has some links to Puff, who is currently behind bars. Yeah. Looks nasty.
Ooh, huh. I mean, all the high end black music moguls, the ones that are like, some of them were buddy with this guy, man, and like there's footage. They're on drink champs together, slapping hands, and he's telling stories with all these people, and like the connections are so deep, Phil. Like we're just barely scratching the surface. And like high powered people, like how did they get there? It's nasty. It goes right back to the music business stuff we're talking about. It's a terrible business. Are there good businesses, Phil?
Well, unfortunately, in this country where things are making a lot of money, there's a very seedy side to it. That's how it is. But yeah, send us your super chats. If you want to get into this conversation or shift the conversation somewhere else, your super chats or humper chats at humperchats.com/Fightful.
Yes, sir. Of course, as always, we appreciate you guys submitting super and humper chats to us. We'll get into some of it and always appreciate y'all. T-Rav THC says, my girl surprised me and brought me to Full Gear for no reason at all. It's pretty much imperative that I shoot the club up and put a ring on it. I mean, you didn't know when she surprised you? If that's your goal, then yes. But like, just because of that, no.
Nah, saying I might have to shoot the club up over some wrestling tickets is hilarious, bro.
If that's where you're leading to, I'm with you. But if that just because of the tickets, probably not.
That's hilarious. I'm sure some people that are listening to this don't know the lingo of what he's talking about. What are you talking about? That's just like when I was thinking about turn the TV off. I was like, yeah, there's some people that might not realize what turn his TV off means.
Yeah. There's some things I like to leave in the dark too. Like, figure it out, you guys.
Yeah.
Gruffle Geekery says, headed to Thanksgiving 2, Electric Boogaloo. I hope you gentlemen had a fine holiday. I thought of you when Wrestle Talk made a mustard reference.
Yes, everywhere. That mustard meme is out of here, bro.
It's in every angle at this point.
Speaking of other things we talked about is out of here. Sitting watching Shabuzi do the halftime show in a game that I will not talk about. I was sitting again saying like, hey man, good for this guy. He's out of here.
Seeing your blue sky post as you slowly dwindled into Chicago Bears hell was pretty entertaining.
Listen, I'm just
glad did what you wanted to, though, right? They fired the homie.
I'm glad they got this loser up out of here, man. Because
you were very upset that day, Phil.
If they had just went out there and got their ass whipped by Detroit like I expected, because Detroit is good. I'll give them the credit. I don't like Detroit, but they're a good team. And so if they had just got their ass kicked, I'm like, whatever. I don't care. I knew they were going to lose. But they did what they always do to me in these kind of situations. And if you do follow me on Blue Sky, I said this more than once. I was like, don't do this to me. And I saw it coming. The start of the second half, they started scoring all these points. Caleb Williams comes out, throws 3 touchdowns, gets us back in the game. 3-point game, 5 minutes left. I was like, okay. They're getting the ball. It's all right. They score again, game is over. Lions go 3 and out. We get the ball back. I was like, marching up the field. We're getting all these flags out of nowhere that's impeding this run. Still looking good, though. We have the ball left with about 30 seconds. And so I don't know what the miscommunication was. Caleb came out of the pocket, looked like he did not know the play, looked like he was trying to change the play. And so I'm sitting there just like anybody with common fucking sense. It's like, hey, my quarterback doesn't know the play and we're running out of time. Maybe I should call a timeout.
Yep.
No, clock ran out. And as the clock was running out, it cut back to Eberflus on the sideline, just standing there like, what happened? And I wanted to pick up my TV and throw it. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Your job when they shot back to him.
Your job is to manage the clock. If you see that your quarterback is lost, if you see that you're running out of time, you have the chance to either get in field goal range or change the play to make a decision to win a game where you're within 3 points, call a fucking timeout. What are you doing? And so they didn't call a timeout. Then as I was getting dressed and leaving the house at that point, I looked down at my phone and I saw his response in an interview of, I think we handled that well. I was like, fuck this guy. Get him the fuck out of here, bro. I hate this guy. So next day, to no surprise to anybody, this guy is fired right after Thanksgiving. Hope you did not have a good holiday. I hope your turkey was trash. I hope all of your all of your fixings, that's what white people call it, right? Fixings. I hope all your fixings and shit were dry and terrible. I hope you had a terrible day.
We need a bar just for the fixings. Yeah, I mean, he ruined a bunch of Chicagoans' Thanksgiving, so you too, man.
Yeah, I sat there. I could not believe. Yeah, I could not believe he didn't just call a timeout. I was like, what are you doing? Just call a timeout. You got a timeout left. You can't take it home with you, bro. You saved a timeout for this specific moment. Why don't you just call a timeout? And then I saw people like, well, Caleb could have just called a timeout. Hey, guess what? When he didn't call it, that's what the coach's job is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And Caleb, even afterwards, tried to go, well, I wasn't mic'd up to call a timeout. And in those moments, I was just given a play.
I wasn't mic'd up to call a timeout.
He wasn't. So, whatever. He said he wasn't mic'd up to call a timeout. And then he also said, which, again, common sense, I didn't feel comfortable in that moment calling the timeout. I left it up to the coach's discretion, which, again, if you're sitting there watching the clock roll, just call a timeout.
Just call it.
And this might not have annoyed me nearly as much if, A, I don't hate Detroit, but then 2, I've seen this team 3 times this year under this guy's watch lose a game at the very last minute like this. This is the same thing that happened in that Washington game where they threw the Hail Mary. It's like, hey, maybe don't leave them any time on the clock so they can do that. Or, hey, maybe, don't try and kick the field goal. Maybe try to score. Don't get all the way down there on Green Bay, who's a team that I probably hate more than anybody. You get down there and can win this game, and you try to kick a field goal kicker miss. Hey, maybe that wouldn't have happened if you played to win instead of just playing not to lose, like a fucking loser like you are.
That's pretty upsetting, man. did you dirty on Thanksgiving.
So glad that guy's gone.
Whew, man. Whew. He's suffering right now, so good on him. Hey, what's over there said, why they packed out Jay White like he was Yamcha?
Yamcha, I think he means.
Yamcha.
Yeah, Jay White did not have a good time when he came to Chicago. But, sometimes it'd be like that. I was like, where are his friends at, man? Where are the guns? Where's Juice?
In Chicago, too? That's crazy. Getting packed out like that in Chicago. I mean, a lot of people get packed out in Chicago. But where your homeboys at? You ain't got no friends? What about your friends? Our homie Aaron Busby, of course, chiming in, says, suing your own label after losing a rap battle is the most bitch-ass nigga shit that has ever happened within the culture. I don't know how anybody can look at him the same. Damn shame. Oh, well, it must suck to suck. It's got to be horrible. Like,
yeah. I don't know. He's never going to recover in the eyes of a lot of people in this industry, but again, some people won't care.
Busby is having a victory lap right now, though. But
he's loving it.
The only issue is this, like Busby saying, this kind of sucks for the culture, though. Like, I don't want people to be like, this guy was the leader, number one guy of our culture, and this is how he's moving around here, man. Come on.
Yeah.
It sucks. It's nasty. The homie Eloquent said, I thought Drake fed Kendrick the info. Now it's defamation. LOL. The story keeps changing, dog. First, we did this. Then, actually, nope, we didn't do this. Why are you saying all this? I don't like, what do you want us to believe at this point?
Hey, we fed you something that made you look like a goof. Oh, but your song actually made me look bad. Here's some paperwork. Like, wait a minute.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Appreciate you, Eloquent. Appreciate you, Busby. Van Twinblade says, first snow of the season happening right now in the St. Louis Metro, and Aubrey still on that hoe shit, suing your own label because another person on that label smoked your ass in a battle. Clownery.
Yeah. When I got up and saw that morning, I was like, all right, man. It just closed all of it. I was like, I don't want to know.
Turn this TV off. Hey, what's over there? Said Kendrick probably thinking I'm definitely playing Not Like Us at the Super Bowl at least 7 times.
I heard a censored version of Not Like Us Thursday, and yeah, I don't think he'll be doing that entire song, but he's definitely gonna get into it. The more and more I hear TV off is definitely gonna jump off though. Did you see the clip of that girls basketball team dancing to TV off, and the coach came in there and started eating them up? I was like, nah, man. He was ready.
Now I watch Damon Wayans and Damon Wayans Jr. and family dance to TV off too, I think. And I was like, it's out of here. It's over. West Coast is so up. I appreciate y'all existing out there, but Cali boys up 1,000. Devil Kazuya says, do you agree with Kofi or Woods? Can't wait for Big E.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a fantastic New Day segment. I didn't watch all of Raw this weekend, or this week, rather. But I did catch the New Day segment. Very, very good. I've been saying for a while that the New Day stuff is the best storyline on Raw, in my opinion.
Yep.
And this was very, very good. Very much pulling at the heartstrings. I was sitting here as a longtime New Day fan. These guys are going on 10 years, going to celebrate their 10-year anniversary next week.
Crazy.
And they were like fighting. And I was just like, I hate this. Like, stop. Stop. But yeah, did you see this?
I saw parts of it. I didn't see the full thing. I saw Woods talking about, they told me to stay away from you, essentially. They were like, don't get attached to Kofi Kingston because of the things that essentially come with that. And I was like, damn, that's this story.
So they lost their fight. Now, first of all,
they
were standing backstage watching the video package that aired for next week anniversary celebration for New Day. Had a bunch of clips of them as a trio together, some of their highlights, and right afterwards it cut to them, and Kofi's got this gear on that's like based on Goku, of course, and then Woods is wearing gear that's based on Goku Black. Now, Sure, some people are like, I don't know what that means, Phil. I don't watch anime. I don't know. What is a Goku?
What is that? Who are those people?
So Goku is Dragon Ball Z character in kind of the sequel to Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super. One of the villains in, I believe, the third arc was Goku Black, where character went back in time, took over Goku's body, and became the main antagonist. So this is again where they're not on the same page. Before, when Kofi was wearing the Green Lantern gear, Woods was wearing Black Lantern gear, still teasing that this guy could turn heel. So that's just how we started this off. Then we get the actual match. They lose again, miscommunication again. They're going backstage, and Kofi's just like, "What's going on? What's wrong with you?" And he was like, "They're like going at it." And it was the kind of argument you've seen where if somebody is really, really good friends, that kind of argument when they finally just have it out, like, because if you really love somebody and like you are like really, really good friends, like all of the right buttons to push, all of the places to really, really cut deep, just because your friendship is just so ingrained into so many moments. And that was the kind of conversation this was, and it was very hard to watch. At one point, Kofi goes, "You know why we never let you call the shots? Because you're reckless. You keep doing stuff like this. You know the difference between me and you and E is that we've won singles championships. You are just not good enough." And I was like, "Oh no, don't say that."
Tough one.
Woods goes in and goes, "Well, you were only WWE champion because I was there to push you, because you don't ever stand up for yourself." And he was like, Kofi goes, "If you were somebody else, he was like, you would do what? Get mad?" And I was like,
wow.
He a lot of very sharp digs like that, and him saying basically, like, if I didn't bring this together, if I didn't bring New Day together, you guys wouldn't have achieved those things. I helped you guys achieve those things. And Kofi's like, I would have been a Hall of Famer with or without you. I didn't need you to win that championship.
Oh my God.
There were a lot of things like that. Or
everybody's right.
Kofi, again, driving home, I didn't need to win. Like, I didn't need you to win. But then one of the sharpest digs in this entire thing was saying, yeah, but you did piss it all away to Brock Lesnar in 8 seconds. The crowd reactions to it, the oohs and ahs to this,
fighting words.
It was tough to watch, but very, very good segment. Real emotion, really, really sharp digs. But again, I was sitting there tearing up. I was like, "Stop fighting, guys! Like, what are you doing?" Like, I don't know what to make of this or where I think this is going. I think they're obviously trying to really get us to believe that these guys could split up, because at the end of it, there's no resolution. They get in each other's faces, and then they go their separate ways, and they're basically like, "See you next week."
But their E hasn't been there to moderate. That changes a lot.
I do think E is going to show up. And I do think this is going to go different than people think. I think we're all expecting the split. I do think there's a good chance that E can show up and be the voice of reason and motivates these guys to challenge for the world tag titles one more time. Somebody's got to challenge for these tag titles, because we don't ever see them defended on a pay-per-view or anywhere. I believe
we're champions.
Yeah, I believe Judgment Day has only defended the belts once since they won the belts. And
Philip Lindsey, half of Judgment Day is Finn fucking Balor. Finn Balor. What?
I don't know what they're doing with Finn. I very much got to a point where I'm just ready for Judgment Day to just break up and do something different.
I'm good.
I'm ready. It's time. It's grown very stale. Getting pretty tired of the live stuff as well. But, the New Day stuff, again, very, very good television. They have managed to, again, take something that could have been throwaway with the Karrion Kross stuff and make this into an angle that people cared about. This is kind of the story of their time together as a stable. Of this was something that wasn't set to succeed. This was a faction made up of them being preachers and having a gospel gimmick, and they turned this into a 10-year run, one of the most successful factions in the history of the company, one of the greatest tag teams of all time. If you're going to end their run at 10 years, you got to end it on something big like this. You got to do a big storyline. And for these guys at this point, and their nickname for a long time were purveyors of positivity. They wouldn't let anything drive a wedge in between them. And so to just see them at this point where they're just lost, to see Woods so frustrated at this point, it's tough, man. But I do think that these things need to be addressed on TV. I hate it after Kofi lost the title that we never got a point, to Woods' point, that he was upset. We never saw in any of this like, hey, this is wrong. This was an injustice. I deserve a rematch. None of that was ever done. We did that whole he crushed the pancake thing and this was leading to something, led to nothing. I always hated that about it. It wasn't just that Brock beat him in 8 seconds, but then it led to nothing. You had this whole big storyline in Kofi Mania where people invested, and it led to nothing. You did nothing with them after that. You did nothing with Kofi as a singles wrestler again after that.
It was over.
And I think that was the biggest kind of slap in the face to everybody that was a fan of this. But I'm glad that it took us some years, about 6 years at this point, to get some kind of interesting storytelling out of it. But I think getting all of this stuff from their entire tenure together in this segment, so good, because you had all the continuity there. And then again, as I feel, when you have somebody that are two guys that are real friends, I watched Woods cry. I watched them cry when he helped Kofi win that belt. So for them get to this point where they're arguing like, I didn't need you to win the belt. Oh, that hurt to watch.
Yeah, every time you say 10 years, it's just like my brain is like, dog, what? Like, I remember all the moments. I remember Kofi Mania, my number one favorite wrestling moment ever. And like New Day is because of that. So for Woods to say, you guys wouldn't even have had that if I didn't put this group together. You wouldn't even have been in those positions. It's like, I don't know, like that, like being in the New Day did change the perception on what Kofi Kingston was. Being in the New Day did change the perception of what Big E was. So it's like, he's not totally wrong. Like, he did put them in a different thing, but also those guys are super uber talented that Kofi was going to get something eventually. Big E is so talented that he was going to be in some position. So do you really know? But for them to bring it up and really try to dig in each other just hurts, man. We've seen so many great long time, 10 years worth of memories, Phil, and for it to even be teased to be over hurts. It's like watching your brothers fight.
Yeah. And you're right, because of course in the lead in to them starting the New Day, it was Woods coming out after E and Kofi were losing their tag matches. That was the thing that got him to come in like, look guys, you guys are losing. Like we could come together and do something better. You don't have to still keep coming out doing the kissing babies routine, being the nice guys, and keep losing. And so he has a point. And it also leads into what he's saying about everything currently in character, where it's like, we don't have to keep doing this nice guy bit. This should be about us. This should be about winning. That was why I brought this together, so that we can win.
Yep. Like, we're still doing this bit, this old happy to be here, throwing pancakes, doing the all that bits. And I want to get serious about this. Like, you guys keep bringing up that I've never been world champion, where I'm trying to be, and there's no way we're not doing it if we keep losing like this. So I totally understand Woods, and he did add like a extra. Like, I feel like all the bits that New Day really leaned into, he like played a big role into him. Like, Kofi was doing like a certain type of style, but Kofi and Big E felt way more comfortable when they got with Woods. So like, man, this is crazy. So yeah, next week, 10 years is still like 10 years, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. There are a lot of things about it that are very sad to watch, and the real life stuff around it, like what did happen to Kofi's title reign was really, really frustrating. What happened to Woods' King of the Ring run was very frustrating. So those are like real things. So they hit twice as hard because it's like, oh no, as a fan, I hated how that turned out. And then you also have the real life situation. He could probably turn the tide in this, and he's not there because he had a serious neck injury, and he's possibly never going to wrestle again. And so all of that in itself is just like, yeah, it's tough to watch, but very entertaining segment.
Though.
Compelling television. Can't wait to see how this turns out next week.
Yeah, super excited about it. Shout out to the homie Big E. I hope he does pull up. The homie Tyrone Kid says, I haven't been this disappointed in a rapper since Gangstalicious dropped the gun. Shake my head. Well, that's crazy. Steph the Writer says, what do you think will be the standout and who do you think will be the standout in each War Games match? Will we see Tiffany cash in tonight?
I don't think we'll get a cash in on the men's side. I think it would be Jacob Fatu. Because hey, Jacob, if you didn't watch any of his MLW run, he's done War Games matches before. His big face turn was in a War Games match. Did the big crazy moonsault off the top of the cage. So could see him doing something big like that tonight.
Jacob Fatu, he's nuts. I was watching SmackDown right before we got on this pod, and like just hearing his entrance, his song, and then like San Francisco, California, I'm like, this guy is so Bay Area. And then like he did like this ow thing to start the match. I'm like, this guy is the most Bay Area wrestler I think I've ever seen in my life. So like tonight is his night. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, they got to give him some more singles matches, not just because he's awesome, but so we can hear his theme music more often. Because when I heard it, I was like, oh, this is kind of hard.
I was like, this would be his song too. No, I still the Jacob Kevin Gates jam though. I like that way more than I should.
Yeah,
taking it all. Well, who's your women's standout?
That's a good question.
I mean, EO is always a safe bet.
Yeah, EO who has been in every War Games match so far, I believe. Yep. I believe she's been in every women's War Games match since they reintroduced it. EO is a good shout. I don't know. Last year was Bailey. Bailey was the MVP of that match for sure.
Bailey been looking like the MVP. That's for damn sure.
Curious to see what Naomi looks like in a War Games match. This is her first one.
We could see Bianca get back to glory. Like anytime she's kind of given the spotlight, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of, we got the back and forth of, is this a work? Is this not a work? I assumed from the beginning that it was a work.
Wow.
I don't.
What's going on here?
Yeah. For context, if people don't know what we're talking about, Jay Cargill, of course, got taken out of this match in the segment of SmackDown a week ago, and WWE put out their injury report for her, and I said, yeah, that sure looks like what you would expect from her work, because it's all this over-exaggerated stuff, like, you know, it's lacerations and all this stuff, and I said, okay, yeah, to work. And so then we got the report. I believe it was from Meltzer initially.
Yeah.
And he's saying, no, this is a legit injury. She's going to be out indefinitely. And then PW Insider dropped another report and said that, no, she's not really injured. This is a work. I always assumed this was a work. Like,
felt like a work to me, the way that they had her laid out, the way that they put out that little press release thing. I was like, oh, yeah, this seems pretty on the line. But Meltzer was pretty insistent that this is real.
Nah, it always read as a work to me. The timing of it, like we talked about last week, perfect timing to take her out of the tournament, doesn't have to take a loss, protects her in the War Games match. And, you know, you have the way to, like, keep her off TV from now and then bring her back in time for Royal Rumble. And you could possibly take the tag titles off of her and Bianca, and they don't have to take the loss. This all felt like a work to me.
It's right there.
I don't know.
Felt like they were just looking for something to argue about this week. Yeah, let me see out this. Jay Stone says 2 p.m. in the courthouse.
don't. Yeah, no, that was still can't believe that we got litigation out of this. Not a great look.
Litigation is really funny.
Litigation.
Mr. Bandana Head says, Reg and Phil, please settle this. Piccolo? Question mark.
I'm confused. Are you saying Piccolo is dope, or I know that there was a long-standing internet debate on whether Piccolo is black, and I was like, he's Namekian. Like I know
that's maybe what this is about.
I know we as black people pick characters all the time and claim them of like, nah, they got that energy. That's a black guy.
Skeeter.
No. Wait.
From Doug.
Oh, I was very confused. I was like, what?
A Skeeter that's actually a Skeeter. Doug's friend.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Settle this. I'm assuming you mean either that Piccolo is black or that he's dope. Now, Piccolo is an underrated character, but no, he's Namekian.
He's not black.
He's Namekian.
He Dominican.
he's
Tenruza says, I'm more interested in the road to the Super Bowl than WrestleMania. Thank you. You mad genius. Weekend Rose Bowl album launch show looks fun. Love to you. Appreciate you, Tenruza.
Yeah, got a lot of questions now. I thought for sure, hey, we might get Wayne. We might not get Wayne. Cause we also got the report from Joe Budden podcast that supposedly Wayne got in the booth, and then Wayne's camp immediately was like, no, he didn't.
No, you don't say that.
So,
I love that. His camp was like, hey, don't be saying all that, man. You talking crazy.
Listen, even if somebody told you that, don't put that out there.
Do you still stay pretty updated on the Joe Budden podcast?
It depends on if they're talking about a topic I'm interested in. Joe breaks down music better than most, so if he's covering something I'm really interested in, I'll listen to him talk about it, but I don't listen to it like I used to. I've seen the homie Mark Lamont on there, and he's fantastic on anything else he's on, and when I've seen his interactions with them, I was like, yeah, he's just great. Might have to just get homie a podcast on his own.
Honestly, that probably makes more sense. Tenruz also says, please check out the bigger picture from Hip Hop DX with DJ Head, Elliot Wilson. They had a great show covering Dot's Drop. DJ Head was at Netflix WWE show.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the Complex Con. Yeah, he was there to do a bunch of interviews. Shout out to DJ Head. I don't watch the bigger picture regularly. When I have watched it, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't watch too many podcasts, but I should start to keep up. I've been doing the videos things now, so I don't do a lot of listening, and then it's hard to dedicate time. It's just weird. Will Chisholm said, they said, now Phil, you're going to hear this solo theme and like it. Your boy Punk plotting on Roman, I see.
Yeah, we'll get into some more of that in Survivor Series talk. Yeah, we got another cinematic, over dramatic segment, and I was just like, oh, this is the norm now. Cool.
I'm not mad at it, man. It makes the show look different. It's wild. It's Fast and the Furious, but shout out to Michael Bay. And then Tinders also says Grammy should be the Dot show and Staples Centers. Reincarnated was insane. Dot bringing the Tupac was wild. Slaps all over the drop. More to come? Question mark.
Yeah, I do. I still think we're getting another album.
I would think so too. I hope so. That's all of our super chats for now. Y'all are dope.
Let's get into some of these humper chats, and we can get into some of our other topics.
Yes, sir. The Survivor Series. You're going to be on the Survivor Series post show, right?
I am. I will be on there with all of the other Fightful Saturday folks, except for Righteous Reg.
Why you got to keep mentioning that?
So we'll be the team from Collision and yours truly.
I'm busy, you guys.
Revenge Twin Blade. Glory Pro Apocalypse 3 was amazing. You don't want to wait for Ascend to cut up the show. You can give Glory Pro $3, the same amount as Humper Chat to them on Patreon. Glory Pro also Dax Draper. It's not a DD. He's not a double D. He's a B cup at best. I'm assuming that's an inside joke. I don't know. Yep. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. But from Tony P, I never give Petty a week to a loser, but as always, there's a first time for everything. Aubrey trying to sue in a losing fight is petty, sadly funny at the same time. I know those Drake stands are doing some major crash outs like Maul and others. Man, we got to stop using that word wrong. Gotta stop using the word crash out wrong. I saw some kids using it this week, and I was like, guys, that's not what crash out means. Like, not what crash out means, guys. Like,
no, my worst word of the week is fumbled. Please kill that word, Phil. If I see fumbled another time, I'm gonna fumble.
Yeah, a lot of slang that has been used in either gang or street culture that has now turned into mainstream slang. People are absolutely using it wrong because it's not what a crash out is. Guys,
I stay away from a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, no, you gotta be careful where you use some of these words as well. So, yeah.
TikTok lingo is what they call it.
Yo, crash out being considered TikTok lingo is nuts. Again, if you guys know where crash out, that's crazy, dog.
TikTok lingo.
That's crazy.
Or making their little eating videos and talking like this. I'm like, all right, dog.
Yeah. More from Tony P. He says, enough of that. Time to talk about my first live AEW pay-per-view. Loved merch sucks still, but did get assigned Brian belt plates. The show was hot, and Konosuke, and by the Konosuke Rick match, we were all tired. You felt it in there, even though it was still a very good show. Yeah, I think that's sometimes the length of the shows, and when you have so much great wrestling on one show, sometimes the crowd can start to lose energy before it gets all the way to the main event.
You see Will Ospreay, you see Ricochet, you see Takeshita, you see all these guys back to back to back, and then it comes a burnout point. And like AEW has such a high standard that like if it's not the highest quality match, people are gonna not get bored, but they're gonna, take a break. And like sometimes it could affect things, but I mean, if you're putting on a long show like that, that's something you have to kind of expect.
Yeah. Suppose, let me get this card in front of me. We did get a 12-match card. 12-match card was a lot of wrestling, a lot of good wrestling.
Yeah.
And so I can understand, as Tony P is saying, that crowd did start very hot.
They did.
Newark, New Jersey, Prudential Center. And it was a great show. It just, like he's saying, by the time we got to the Konosuke match, people were just like, woof. Kind of like once you got to that third plate this week, man. Oof, I don't know, man.
Should probably chill. I shouldn't keep going.
Might be time to shut it down. We opened the night with Anna Jay versus Deonna Purrazzo. Anna Jay did pick up the win. Not too surprised about that outcome. I think we were both saying would love to see Deonna get that win, but Anna Jay did pick up the win. Deonna threw a tantrum afterwards, which, as I expected, but hope that this is going somewhere for Deonna. I hope that this new faction is going somewhere because, man, sometimes I forget Taya Valkyrie is there, and it's like, what's going on? What are they doing with her?
Yeah, I feel like in the moments that they get, it feels good, but like they never really push them. I was like happy to see Deonna like in her home state and like getting like this push, but like we kind of knew the writing was on the wall with the match that they announced. Now, if they continue to do something with her and Taya and push them, and people have been talking about a women's tag team for some reason, even though we have like none, we could establish these two and I'd be into it.
Yeah. Got the fatal four-way that most people are looking forward to. Buddy Matthews versus Dante Martin versus Commander versus the Beast Mortos. Crowd was very hot for this. It's so funny. I was on the phone with a friend when this match started, and I said, man, House of Black is back, buddy. This whole face turn angle they're doing, people want to cheer for these guys, and this match was your first hint of that because man, that pop for Buddy when this match was over, bro. And he was great in this match. I mean, all four of these guys came to work. They wrestled a great match, but man, Buddy Matthews and House of Black, man, them guys are white high right now. They got to do something with them.
I don't know what happened, but like 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, these guys woke up one morning, ate them a nice bowl of cereal, and were like, hey, let's go to work and let's do this. And every week they've came in, whether it be singles matches, tag matches, trios matches, and they've been rocking it. This was it right here. Like, it's funny when we were talking about the match card last Grapsody, and then we're like, wonder who's gonna win this match. Like, oh, Buddy Matthews is in this match, and so Buddy Matthews is Buddy Matthews in this match. He always has the crazy knees. He looks insane. And just the work that he does in matches like this, I think is really fun because don't forget, he was one of the stars of 205 Live. So like he knows how to get down in a situation like this. Everybody else looked awesome. Beast Mortos, I love him in all of his positions. Dante, Commander, of course, you know how I feel about them. But yeah, House of Black, dog, they, after seeing this, what happened with Brody this week and how they've been putting it together, like maybe get them trios belts back on them because like, what? I don't know.
Yeah, no, they're hot again. You've got those Julia vignettes airing. There's a lot of anticipation for her to come back. House of Black is in a good place, man. Go figure. A few weeks ago, people were like, is Malachi retiring again? And Malachi had to come out and tell you guys, like, leave me alone. Like, you guys keep doing this. I'm fine. I'm not injured. I do want to work. And man, not for nothing. Judging off the match, we'll talk about in a minute. That guy's looked motivated. He looks fantastic.
He wasn't lying. He was like, he really started coming to work. It was one match that there was a tag match, and like he did his thing where he goes over the ropes and does the moonsault, and like it was the crisp I had ever seen in like 2 years or something. I was like, oh, this guy's he's ready to work. And ever since then, he's been ready to work. I'm very excited to talk about his match.
Yes. We got the Big Boom AJ QT Marshall match next. This match is for who it was for. This
match is for who it was for.
It is. It was. There's very much a crowd this was for. And man, that crowd, they were hot for these guys. Like, bro, massive pop for them when they came out. Massive
pop was crazy.
Massive pop for the Rizzler when he came out with Paul White. Knew what was up. They were excited for the Costco guys and Rizzler. The match was fine. I mean, this is what we were talking about last week and how I was saying, no, it'll be fine because AJ used to be a wrestler. This didn't feel like he didn't belong. He worked a pretty good match. Yep. That pop when Big Justice came in there for the spear, I was like, yo, you thought Edge was back. I was like, yo, what's happening?
I'll say, on this day, that crowd went insane when Big Justice came through. I was like, wait a second, this crowd is hot. That's why y'all were dead by Ricochet and Takeshi. Y'all blew your load on the damn Big AJ and QT Marshall match. But yeah, these guys, they definitely what Phil said, like this is the match for the people that were here to watch this. A lot of people are watching this. We learned afterwards that Big AJ had a broken foot in this, so working hurt. Showing your boys that ain't nothing gonna stop me. Classic work. That's how you really know he was working. Oh, he was working hurt and he didn't tell nobody. Real worker.
Yeah. Real worker, man. Landed at some point and his foot said, boom!
I'm crying, dog. Somebody should have hit the Rizzler with a guitar. I wanted Jeff Jarrett to start to hit the Rizzler though. Like how y'all gonna not hit the Rizzler with something? He's so tiny.
Nah, I'm good. Riz guy don't need to get beat up by nobody.
You're not trying to see the Rizzler get hit by Jeff Jarrett?
Nah.
Remember they hit the homie Beetlejuice? That's one of the greatest clips of all time.
Of course, it's slap nuts. Jared's got so many of those, man. I don't care how many times that clip of him going to Japan to beat up Hogan comes on. I watch it every time. He's got the white outfit on, man. Shout out to Jared, man.
Jared, greatest finesser, man.
All-time great finesser in the Hall of Fame. for that reason only. But yeah, this was a good way to kick off the show. This was a good pre-show match.
Phil describing Big AJ and QT Marshall is the funniest shit of the day.
I mean, this was because I have never understood the appeal of the Costco guys. I didn't even know who they were at one point, but somebody explained it to me, and I was like, okay, because I don't really use TikTok like this, so
right.
I don't really understand it.
It is a TikTok deal.
But they are very popular, and this did do what it needed to do. QT Marshall got on a card, and not for nothing, QT Marshall, he played his role well here, and so I thought that this filled its purpose. It was fine.
All you got to do, QT, bump a sell, and they did numbers when their part came up. There was a lot of people watching that.
Yes, and I thought it was very smart to put that on the show before this and then run the video package with November Rain right afterwards. Get some people that may not have bought the pay-per-view to buy in. I thought all of that worked really well.
Smart.
But then we opened with the AEW World Tag Team title match. Private Party defended their belts against Outrunners, the Kings of the Black Throne, and the Acclaimed, because everybody loves the Acclaimed. Private Party coming back with shots. Listen, I didn't hate the new theme song, but when shots kicked in, I was like, nah, we got to keep shots.
Yeah. Listen, the new song was nice, a nice little transition, but shots is so synonymous with these guys. And seeing how the Bottle Girls and the crowd, I was like, oh, yeah, all right. Okay, shots.
This was the vibe, man. It came out, oh, my God, it's that Private Party. We're back. Yeah. The guys got gold around their waist now. Yeah. Got Bottle Girls lined the ramp. Keep
These
shots.
These are the vibes, brother. These are the vibes.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought this was a fun match. Outrunners continue to prove that they are very much over. Very popular tag team. People very much like these guys. They were fun. Man, like we were saying earlier, House of Black, man. Malachi and Brody are very much fun to watch together. I think people forget because there's been this long winding road with House of Black that the start of all of this is that we just wanted these two guys to be a tag team. We wanted these guys to get to this company and work together again. And they're still very fun to watch as a tag team.
Yeah, that's the best part about it. It's like through all the controversy and all this, like the reason people have such strong feelings and things about these people is because they're great wrestlers. And so when you remember how amazing they are together, Brody King is he's one of my favorite wrestlers, man. The way that his moveset and the way that he'll drop a fool on his head and then he'll do a cannonball and then he'll bark and then he'll clothesline a fool's heads off. It's just like, it's so hardcore. He's in a hardcore band. Like, it just feels like he represents a demographic that's like, I'm with it. And like I said, Malachi Black the last couple of weeks feels like he wants to be world champion or something. Like it's I don't know what happened, but he like changed his whole deal and he has been on fire and I'm here for it. Because when Malachi Black is locked in, bro, at one point Malachi Black was like that guy. Like he was one of the best wrestlers in the world. Like he's here to let y'all know. So I was definitely excited to see them in the match. But yeah, going into this and seeing shots back and the Bottle Girls, like we needed a big victory from Private Party, them celebrating with their fam and everything. I love this.
Yeah. I know at one point there was a call online to make the Outrunners champions. Seeing these four guys in this ring and seeing the difference in talent with Private Party and Outrunners in the ring, Private Party was the right call. They look like the better team to me.
Are Outrunners meme wrestlers, Phil?
I don't think being called a meme wrestler is a bad thing.
Yeah, that's probably where we should start, I think.
I don't think it's a bad thing because so many guys get over for some reasons like this, whether it be their interest in other things, and then, they develop into like better characters. I mean, that was Orange Cassidy's whole demo at one point. He was a whole bit, and then that turned into people like, no, this guy can actually work. Hook, same thing. It's a meme for the longest, and then people are like, oh, no, Hook is actually pretty good. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I do think at this point, like, it's very much all the presentation around them doing, like, the homage to the time period that they are doing, and then the handshake and everything. People are very much, that stuff is over more than them as workers. But I don't think they're terrible workers. I just think that right now, they're not over for the wrestling. Yeah. And there are other teams in that match that I think wrestle better than them. Definitely. That's not a knock to them. I just think like currently that's what it is. Private Party currently looks like a better team. The Acclaim stuff in this was very interesting. We got some more teasers of Max Caster potentially turning heel.
Crowd did not like this guy, brother.
he got booed very heavily towards the end of this match. Miscommunication, which led to the Acclaim taking a loss here and Private Party picking up the win. Listening to those boos, I was sitting there rubbing my hands together like, guys, it's time. Split these guys up, man.
Split them up.
I'm ready, man. Split these guys up.
Some people have been worried. They're like, I've heard some people be like, when we talk about the split, they're like, well, what about Max Caster? What's going to happen with him? Like, you got heat that brother's getting?
Yeah.
I think he might be just fine.
He'll be fine. Listen, Bowens had to get on his Blue Sky account and say, sorry, guys, I'm not in the Continental Classic because so many people wanted to see him in it. And I think that should show AEW something, that not just that people want them to split up and see Max go off on his own and be a heel, but people want to see Bowens wrestle as a singles wrestler, man. It's time, man.
Dog. I feel like Bowens did like a Q&A or something on Blue Sky before the Continental Classic announcement, and everybody was just like, Continental Classic. Like, legit, everybody was interested in that, and like they were disappointed when he wasn't announced. So like, it's time. They still got heat on both sides as babyface and heel. Like, don't miss this opportunity. You might want to do something with the Acclaim, like right now.
Yeah, I think it's time. I think you got to split these guys. I think you've gotten about as much as you're going to get out of the Acclaim.
We did it.
You got a tag run out of it. You got trios run out of it. Going to go down as one of the best homegrown acts in the history of the company. But it's time. It's time to split these guys up.
Like, the Acclaimed is a Hall of Fame tag team act of what came out of that, of like a team put together type deal. Like, they did it. But it's time for them to do it as singles guys. And I think both of them have a lane, because Max Caster has some crazy heat. I think he could turn that into something.
Yeah. Max at one point trying to convince Bowen to go for a pin. And I'm just like, but you can't do that. You can't do that. And so he was just trying to, and again, getting heat on himself. It made him look stupid. And it made Bowens kind of look like, what are you doing with this guy? So I suppose it fit its purpose, but Private Party are still champions. I don't think any of us expected them to drop the belts. Not in Newark. But yeah, I thought this was a fine match. I thought it was a solid opener.
Yeah, good way to start the show. Like I was saying before the show, Private Party needs some big wins, some big stuff like this. So good thing to establish them as the first match. Let them cook, you know?
Yes. We got MJF versus Roderick Strong. Roderick Strong, again, showed when you give this guy a match on a big stage, he's going to perform. He's going to hit people very, very hard with those mid strikes. He's going to try and break your back. He was fantastic. Again, big Roddy guy. MJF, I don't know how you've been feeling about these filmed pre-tapes that they've been putting on. They're not great. And so
I'm not a fan, Phil. I'm not a fan.
They're not great. And so seeing Max actually live, and when he came out there and was cooking that crowd on the mic, I was like, this is what people want to see. People want to see him in person. And I get he's busy, but nah, man, this restored some of the feeling. I was like, this is why he's so good at this. This is why he's so good as a heel, because you kind of forget watching these pre-tapes because it's just like by the numbers. This is what you want to see Max doing.
That's my favorite thing about MJF is when he's gone. It's like when he comes back and he's in front of the live crowd, you see why he's so different than everybody else. Like, you see why he's MJF, a top star. Like, the crowd treats him differently. He reacts differently. He talks differently. Like, he's like a person that's needed here. It's like when Kenny Omega is going to show, like, there's a certain type of level, and MJF is definitely on that level. Yeah, the tape bits, I'm not really. They keep doing them. It's making the whole story kind of drag to me. Adam Cole and all this, I don't really like it. But yeah, same thing with Roderick Strong. Ring the bell. This fool's gonna beat your ass no matter what. He's gonna make you work his match, and I love it specifically for a guy like MJF who's been out. Like, we just want to see you get in there and fight, and Roderick Strong's gonna get in there and fight.
Yeah, I enjoyed this. MJF had to fight for this win, but he eked out a win, and then he went to Pillmanize poor Roddy, and I was sitting there like, all right, we're gonna hear Adam Cole's music, right? And then we did hear it after. He actually stomped on a chair. I was like, wait, where was Cole? What was he waiting for? Why did he take so long to come out? Why did he let him actually get hurt?
Revenge? I don't know.
Revenge. But that was my first response to this when he was putting the chair on him. I was like, okay, here's come Cole, right?
Take a minute.
I was like, nope. And then he actually stomps on a chair, and then he comes running, and I was like, wait, where were you? Like, why didn't you call it timeout? Like, what's wrong with you? It's already over. The match is over.
Gonna make me do a spit take, dog. Yeah, I don't know what's happening in AEW this week, but a couple of friendships were being weird, dog. Like, where y'all at? Get down there.
Yeah, did run him away. Kyle came up afterwards, and he was not happy at all.
Kyle, not with that shit.
He was not happy at all. He shoved him again. He got in his face, and we're getting more of that leading into the annual Diamond Ring Battle Royal bit that they do every year that MJF wins every year. I hope he's not winning again.
If this is leading to MJF leading again, and that segment this week on Dynamite between them, I'm like, you guys keep doing these segments, but you're not saying anything really. Like, you just keep doing you've been doing the same promo for like 3 weeks. You guys get to it.
Yeah, but I did enjoy this match. The stuff afterwards
was
was a bit of a head scratcher, but it's leading somewhere with this with the Battle Royal coming up. Hopefully, there's something interesting coming out of this other than just another MJF victory. I think for most people, match of the night, which not to either of our surprises, because both of us were sitting around like, I know you guys keep saying you're down on these two wrestlers and some of these segments, but once that bell rings, we're going to forget all of that. Mercedes Moné defended her title against Chris Statlander, and man, this match was a banger. This match was awesome.
Wow. I'm still blown away by the whole thing. Phil and I told you guys this is going to be it. Everybody's always talking all their stuff about Mercedes. Both these women ring the bell, and none of this is going to matter. They rang the bell, and none of this mattered. Mercedes back against her wall. I'm going to prove something to y'all. Best in the world, dog. When she is in that mode of like, I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what y'all try to put on me. I'm her. She's on fire. And Stat is just, when she has the confidence, when she's put in this position and she could be 100% herself, power moves, clotheslines, suplexes, like there's not a lot of women better. This was my match of the night after everything, just because these women worked so hard. They had so many impressive spots, and their counter wrestling, they felt like they've been in the ring together. Like, I was like, yo, this match is fire.
Yeah, this match was incredible. The counters, some of the near falls in this match, that the catch where Mercedes tried to jump and Statlander catches her F5 out of nowhere, near fall.
Fire.
So many spots in there like this match. This is, again, Mercedes proving again incredible in ring. Statlander's a great dance partner, of course. Yeah, I was saying when we talked about it last week, Statlander has given other wrestlers their best matches.
Pretty classic.
So this was
she
incredible.
did it again.
She looked great again. Gonna have to start this discussion at some point about Statlander deserving a world title run. I mean, that first year she was with the company, she went on that winning streak. It felt like it was inevitable. Then, unfortunately, she got injured. And that was kind of the thing. She kept getting injured at the worst time, and it kind of hampered her momentum. And it did. So we haven't gotten a world title run that we assumed we'd get at this point, but we might be overdue at this point because she is excellent wrestler. Mercedes is Mercedes. Picked up the win here, got out of the ring, and laid on the ground. I was like, I really did it. I'm best in the world. Her reaction to it, all of that was very funny. The Camille stuff before, which controversial, but her coming out alone and then winning the match, and then winning the match the way she did, narrowly beating Statlander, survived Statlander really, and then still laying on the ground like, yeah, it's all about me. It's me. I did it. I'm the best in the world. Love that. Love that for her character. She's getting legitimate heat off of this. When she came out in front of that Chicago crowd, she got booed. And if you know this woman, this was another part at the beginning of the match when she came out and they were booing. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a pro wrestler that enjoys getting booed as much as this woman does.
Honestly.
Like, the way she will like start charging up when, like, I think she appreciates the cheer. She's like, oh, that's nice. When you start booing her, she gets that little smirk on her face like, yeah, give me more.
That's what I loved about the Chicago promo is that like y'all gave it up to her of like, yeah, great match, amazing, you really killed it, and she like takes it in for a second of like, thank you guys, like I really do appreciate it, but of course I did. What do you mean? Don't try to give me credit. I told you I was gonna do that, and I went and did it. Like she's just so wants to stick it to everybody, and that's just her character, and I just love it so much.
Yeah, this felt a lot like kind of felt like Takeover, man, because she was doing a lot of the reactions when at the near falls of jumping out during the tantrums. At one point, she jumped almost all the way off the mat from the laying position, and she's like, man, I was dying laughing. I was like, she's hilarious.
She has some of the best facials when she responds to things, and like she'll look at the camera just like, I can't believe she kicked out of that. Like some of those moments are just so good.
Yeah. Incredible match. I think this was easily her best AEW match. I really like the Willow match as well from Double or Nothing, but I think this is the best one.
I have to watch that one. That one's the one that stuck in with me just because I was there and I felt that moment. But this match was like, what if I was to show somebody a Mercedes match, I would show this match. You know what I mean? Like this match is just the perfect form of both these women for me. So maybe, I don't know. Them shits hit.
Yeah, I think this is the best one personally.
It's so good.
Yeah, easily I think up there for match of the night. I saw someone put up her number of like 4.5ers from Big Dave Miggity Melts. She's up to 23. She leads all women.
She has 23 4.5-star matches.
I think it's like four and some change.
Four and some.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she has a 5-star match at some point. I would hope so. I don't keep up with these things.
Does she?
Listen, she don't have a 5-star match, man.
I don't think she does.
What's going on here?
Maybe the Iron Woman match? Possibly.
Yeah, I was about to say, how do you not give the Takeover match?
Yeah, I think possibly that one has.
It's got to be a 5-star match.
Yeah. To me, for sure. But Meltzer, he don't. It's not really his vibe. I thought this one right here was a 5-star match, but
Yeah, I also did. But again, I don't get paid to do those kind of things. Like Meltzer, I don't really keep up with these things. I just thought it was interesting when I saw that she has 23 of them things. She's leading all women. They also made a point on Dynamite to point out that this was the longest women's match in AEW history. I thought that was interesting. It just goes to show every time people are like, Mercedes isn't doing anything for the women's division. She's not doing anything to change the perceptions of women's wrestling here. That's just not true.
It's nonsense.
When you look at so many things that have changed since she's been there, women getting opening segments, women getting more time, women co-headlining a pay-per-view. No, she has. She's absolutely changed some things for the women. I get that it's not happening fast enough for some people, but yeah, people in the chat are telling me nope, 4.5 is the highest, which is a travesty. Yeah, I don't know how you do not give that Takeover match a 5-star. That's probably the most influential women's match of this decade. Like, come on.
Yeah, the Brooklyn match is definitely a 5-star match. It doesn't matter what Meltzer said.
Yeah. We got Jay White versus Hangman Adam Page afterwards. These two guys, big match wrestlers. Man.
Yeah.
Jay White went through this moment, especially after that Full Gear main event last year that was not great. And people were talking kind of crazy, especially in that whole feud. People were talking about him not being as great as people think. And I was like, nah, dog. Personally, I thought he was winning some of them exchanges with Max. I think he cuts great promos.
He does.
But nah, I think people had Jay White kind of fucked up. These two matches. Again, Jay White has shown he is exceptional. One of the greatest counter wrestlers I've ever seen.
Unreal with the counters. Unreal.
One of the greatest counter wrestlers I've ever seen. He sells like a madman. Like his selling, just his timing and everything, just phenomenal big match wrestler.
Dude, his counters and his timing, well, he'll be somewhere like, how did you get there in this moment? It's like, it blows my mind. The way that his ring awareness, his just how he works the matches, it's so different. And Hangman Page is like, should be world champion. The way that he's moving, I'm glad that the things progressed the way that they did on this show. But the way that he works this match specifically and the energy that he's been bringing to every segment that he's been in, it's like, give Hangman that belt right there. But I think Jay White is showing, like you said, after they had him fucked up, that no, you guys, I could be one of the best on the mic. I'm one of the best people in this, and I'm doing a babyface thing when I'm way better as a heel, and I'm still destroying it. Like, I just think that he's killing it in every single aspect right now, and I hope that they continue this momentum.
Yeah, man, he's coming out with the New Japan theme. Man, when he came back with that theme, I was like, oh no, we're back. He's back to cutting the fiery promos, and he's back to having big time matches like this one, the last pay-per-view match he had with Hangman. I expected Hangman to win this match.
I was shocked.
I was surprised he did not. These guys were very much seemingly trying to hurt each other, and I think that was the thing that I loved about this match the most. It wasn't just like, hey, let's just go out there and grab a hold, or let's go out there and lock in some holds and do submissions back and forth. There were a lot of submissions in this match, but nah, there was energy from both of these guys where it's like, no, I hate you. I'm trying to hurt you. And so when we did keep getting the holds, it was very much like, I am trying to lean into this hold because I want to hurt you.
Right.
Hangman, again, like you said, doing some of the best work of his career as a character, his facial expressions, and a lot of like the intensity that he brings to the matches. He already had that as a babyface as well. I think that's what made the Mox feud so good, is just the intensity he brings to his matches. But man, in this match with Jay White, where they're trying to match energy, and the thing that makes it so great, it's kind of like the story of this feud is that Hangman is trying to show like he's intense. I'm trying to hurt you, and then at every turn, Jay White's like, no, I got this. I'm in control.
I'm here.
I'm in control. Like, what are you going to do? That counter into the Blade Runner to end this match. I jumped out of my seat. I was like, nah, we might have to put the belt on this guy. This guy, incredible, man. Jay White is amazing, man.
I love their first match finish so much, the buckshot lariat into the Blade Runner, but this was even better. I'm like, the way that this guy can slither into a fucking finish is unmatched. Like Jay White, the way that, like, there's not a lot of people that could do it like Jay White. It's crazy.
Yeah, nah. And he tried to pull off that same counter in this match. This time Hangman was ready for it. But nah, that counter at the end of this, I was like, how did he even time that right? But what, man, sure. Again, one of the greatest counter wrestlers I've ever seen. That was incredible. I really enjoyed this match.
This was, as they say in the Final Four, a bracket buster. Like, I've had my predictions, and I was like, Hangman Adam Page, like with the way that they've been telling the story. Jay White won the first match. Feel like Hangman Adam Page is going to win this. And then Jay White won, and I was like, whoa, I'm genuinely shocked and surprised. But I loved how they did it. It continues to add on to Hangman Adam Page's story. So, like, this worked.
Yeah. Considering the win here, 2 wins on Hangman in a row, who has pinned a former world champion in an unsanctioned match. But he did pin a former world champion. Jay White has beat him twice now. And at the end of this show, and it seemed like what they were building up on Dynamite, seems like Jay White will be challenging for the world title soon. I'm assuming that's going to be the World's End match.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what they were building to, specifically at the end of the Dynamite with them attacking Jay White and them announcing the match of Jay White and Pac, which is also going to be insane.
Yeah, and I have to assume that's why he's not in the Continental Classic as well.
Yes. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Great tournament wrestler as well. He was fantastic last year in the Continental Classic. We've seen him in the G1.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the thing that I love about Jay White is just he's so great at just oozing all his charisma, and people are just like, oh, he's gonna lose. And he's like, no, I'm predicting the whole time I'm gonna win. So all of this, watching this match, I was like, he did it again. This is his New Japan run in a nutshell. People are like, oh, Jay's not gonna win, and nope, somehow comes around and wins. One of the biggest moments of his career. The whole time saying, no, I'm going to take Kota Ibushi's briefcase. I'm going to be IWGP world champion. And people are like, no, they wouldn't do that to Kota.
Nope.
Next thing you know, you see Jay White walking around with that briefcase.
One of the best. I can't even say back against the wall wrestler because he tells you, and you just like, you're like, all right, nah, you leave it in the back. You're like, there's no way. You're just saying that, Jay White. And then he does it every time. It's crazy.
Yeah. Very bold booking decision with Hangman and how popular he is coming out of the Swerve feud. And I think a lot of people like you would like to see him enter the world title picture. But continuing this thing where as a heel, he is putting somebody over, but also telling the story of he still can't get out of his own way. He's so obsessed with like beating Jay White and proving a point instead of just moving on. Mm-hmm. And Jay's got his number.
Yep. The thing that was kind of the downfall in the feud with him and Swerve is he's still like so obsessed with all the extracurriculars, and it stops him from winning these matches in the end. Like he does his thing. He's diabolical. He beats these guys up, but in the end, he can't get the victory. Still telling stories, still storytelling, still adding on to Hangman's character. And I don't think it's not a rush, but like it should be pretty soon. Like world champion. I don't know. Ospreay. I don't know. I'm confused.
There's about 4 or 5 guys that right now could convincingly win the world championship.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah. Which gets into some of my stuff we'll talk about in the main event. But Kyle Fletcher versus Will Ospreay. Every time we get an AEW pay-per-view, I feel like we have the same conversation about Will Ospreay matches. This guy is amazing, but this was a star-making performance for Kyle Fletcher. He was incredible. You got to give Ospreay all the credit in the world for giving so much to Kyle Fletcher. And again,
gave up a lot.
Kyle Fletcher picked up the win here. Clean. I thought, like you said, that Mark Davis was going to come out here and help, but
he did not.
He beat Ospreay clean as a sheep.
Yeah. Very surprising result. Also, I mean, not the result that Kyle was going to beat him, but the result that it was a clean win. Yeah, this was, when you could feel you're watching a match in the entrance, you're like, oh, this guy, there's no way he can lose. This is how I felt from Kyle Fletcher. The moment he stepped out into that arena, I was like, there's no way this guy's going to lose this match. He had so much confidence. He looks like he wanted to destroy Ospreay. Ospreay looked way too emotional. And Fletcher was like, nah, dog, I'm coming to win this match and show you that everything that I said about you is true. You're too in your feelings. You're too much about this. And I'm here to hurt you bad. This was, again, like Phil said, I'm tired of coming on this show after pay-per-view and saying, Ospreay's the greatest. He did this. He's amazing. Just run back my last one because he did it again. The way that he sells, the way that he bumps, the way that he's so faster than everybody. When he does he gets into the bit where the ducks the clothesline comes in and it's so fast. Like the camera can't catch it half the time. Like Ospreay, every time I talk about Hangman Page and then we immediately talk about Ospreay, I'm like, but Ospreay though, Phil, when hits and people just know that he's coming. I'm like, I fucks with you, Hangman, but damn, Ospreay is crazy. He's like he's out of this world. Like, he's an undeniable, I'm going to put on the best match you ever seen in your life every time type of wrestler. But the way that he just was like, no, this is Kyle Fletcher's match is also something to be commended, you know?
Yeah, I think we've seen enough that not only is this guy very good at wrestling, he's very much committed to helping some people move forward. We see that in the Swerve match earlier this year and some of the other stuff he's done, the MJF feud and how much he gave MJF and the build up to the All In match. He's done. He could have
gave up a lot more than he should have.
He could have easily came into the company and been very selfish and been like, nah, I just want to beat everybody. And man, he had where he was when he first started. You could easily see him keeping that momentum and just beating everybody. Yeah. But he hasn't done that. And I think the cool thing about this match, when you compare it to some of the other losses he's taken, is he did come out with all of the same pomp and circumstances, elevated. Crowd is very much hot for him. But nah, Kyle Fletcher came out, fire ring gear. He had the crown on, gets in the ring, and he's like, look at you. Emotional.
I'll tell you, you can feel that energy from Fletcher of like, oh, this, because Ospreay didn't even do the Ospreys. He just stood stoic, just ready for this match. I'm like, oh no, he's emotional. Like, if you're not getting your crowd and the fans into it, you might be in too deep, because when you're at your best is when you come out, you do the Ospreay, the crowd's behind you, you're smiling ear to ear. That's when you're kicking it into high gear. In this position, you can't win like this.
And man, I saw a lot of people saying it after this match, but nah, Kyle's theme music is fire.
Yeah, it is.
It's fire. But yeah, no, this match was incredible. Pulling out big moves, pulling out the big spots, of course, that you know you're going to get from an Ospreay match. The way the crowd reacts to his matches, again, I've said it multiple times with his pay-per-views this year. It's just different, man.
It's way different.
The crowd bites on everything he does.
Hard.
And, man.
The Styles Clash, when everybody's like, Styles Clash, it's just like, this. You can't get this in just a regular guy out here.
Yeah, no. Every time he has a pay-per-view match at this point, that crowd bites on everything he does. The oohs and ahs, the gaffs at his cells and everything. Nah, he's at a different level right now, man. Everybody else is just trying to keep up, man. This guy,
honestly, yeah.
He's been on an incredible run with AEW. What a fantastic year of pay-per-view matches. Like, all gas, like not one miss. This match was, man, so good. Like I said, Kyle Fletcher came out of it looking like $1,000,000. Man, dumping this guy on his head at the end of this match, I was like,
that's your friend.
And the way he sold it, where he just flopped down and just laid flat after it, I was like, I think is he dead?
Yeah.
Is he all right? And right after it, Kyle Fletcher just lays right on top of him. Matter of factly, like, no, what I tell you, this guy's going to lose. Yep. I told you guys. He's out of here.
Mm-hmm. I told you I was bringing everything that I've learned. I told you everything that I was going to do. I did it. And I'm going to pin him in the middle of the ring. I'm going to walk away. Just like I said I would. Like you said, career-defining moment for Kyle Fletcher. Ospreay gave up everything. This was that match that Kyle Fletcher really needed, especially considering the last match that they had, how competitive this was. This was a way different worked match, and I thought Kyle Fletcher was phenomenal in it.
Yeah, I think I was impressed with that as well, that this was way different than their first match this year. Mm-hmm. And that TV match was very good. But this match, you could just see Fletcher came into this match different. He came in with confidence. He came in with hate.
With hate.
It's 2024, as we said multiple times, the year of hate. And this guy came in with something to prove. He came in angry, and
he was mad.
Ospreay wasn't ready, man.
He was trying to kill his friend all the time. Okay, get him on the apron. I'm gonna drop him on his head. Get him on the outside. I'm gonna drop him on his head. Get him in the ring. I'll probably drop him on his head. I'm like, yo, Fletcher's not playing with this guy.
Yeah.
Brainbuster. I'm like, yo, this is crazy.
That finish it looked so disgusting. I was like, oh, I hope he's okay. But the great finish, great match. Man, absolutely loved this. This was going to be tough for anybody to follow, because Ospreay match, this match on the card is always going to be tough to follow.
Phil, it's getting time to the end of the year. I'm starting to work on my match of the year list. And is it just going to be 10 Will Ospreay matches at this point?
It's about 4 of them that I can think of right off the top of my head.
Like
he's got a Bryan match
Swerve,
this year.
Yeah, like that's Bryan and Swerve are guarantees for me. The Pac match, dog. I was thinking about the Pac match again. That shit was insane. Like
The Takeshita match at
the
Revolution.
Takeshita match.
He's got about 4 of them. At least 4 or 5 of them that I can think off the top of my head.
Half the list could at least.
Yeah.
It's crazy. What I got?
Got Dan Garcia taking on Jack Perry for the TNT Championship. Really enjoyed this match as well. Some of the build to this match I wasn't the biggest fan of, but this was another one where I was sure was going to be fine when we actually got the match. These guys worked very well together.
Good chemistry.
Jack, for some of the stuff that I think they could have done a better job of capitalizing on, the thing that he excels at is working to a crowd. He's always very good at that. And some of the stuff he does in ring, it just works with him as a heel. Pretty good as a baby face, but the stuff that he does, he just understands how to respond to a crowd, especially like a crowd that's giving it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what one of the best is when he has that give or take with the crowd and he can kind of lock into what he wants to be. That's the best Jack Perry. When he doesn't have that crowd behind him and he has to try to just work, like he's like a character worker and like he needs that element to really lock in. And I thought this was it. Like, yeah, the build to this, the Batman and Joker bits, I was like, all right, I don't really think these two guys specifically need that, but I understand what you're going for. The match though, fire. Daniel Garcia he's also has a lot of confidence right now. He really does feel like he wants to put the company on his back and be the guy and be in Jack Perry's position. And Jack Perry's just keeps calling him a sheep. It's great. He's like, cool. I wanted to be that guy too. And it got me nothing. Like, what? You have it. That's the best part of Jack Perry's energy. Is he's just like, all right, take it, dude. I don't care. Like, why are you doing? Like, I don't care. That's the best part about it. But he also is, I still think we need maybe an overhaul on the shape, the staple, I can't even think of his stupid scapegoat gimmick, but I think that he's still a great heel worker, and I think there's still some legs to him developing that. The scapegoat character specifically, I don't really love still.
We might have to get rid of the scapegoat thing, man. We might have a new scapegoat, man. Listen, man. Jack, just send the goat mask out. If I hear Elton John pop it off and I see that goat mask, it might be it makes a lot of sense for me.
It make a lot of sense. What a crazy life. But yeah, Daniel Garcia, your new TNT champion, well deserved. I think that he's been, like I said, working like he wants it all, and this is a really good match for him and moment.
I thought his entrance was great. That video that they played before his theme music hit, very beautiful, very thoughtful. It did make me think of the beginning of the Cole album. Which Cole album is it? The one that just turned 10 years old. The Forest Hill Drive. It made me think of the beginning of that, just how thoughtful it was, and just like his mother. That's a cheat code. Once you bring
every time.
It's a cheat code, man. Once you bring like a mother in and you do that kind of happy ending for a baby face, it just works. But yeah, this match was really good. It was
hard to follow up where it was, man.
Yeah, it was in a tough spot, but I thought it was such a different match, and they did such a good job of making it believable that Jack could retain here. And so when we do get to the ending and Dan does pick up the win, it was a big feel-good moment. We definitely need a feel-good moment after watching Fletcher try to kill his friend.
This was a great way to follow it up, because there's a lot of disappointment of seeing Ospreay get dropped on his head. You're like, hey, probably should follow up with something feel-good, and Daniel Garcia was definitely that feel-good moment. Excited to see where they go with this reign. He has a huge, gigantic match tonight. He's a part of the Continental Classic against Okada, so we're about to see what Dan Garcia got for real.
I was there. I saw it.
How was it?
That's pretty good. Solid match. All of the Continental Classic matches so far have been pretty good. But yeah, these guys did really good. Really happy for Dan Garcia. I thought the finish was great. Jack again doing his when he's in peril, putting his doing his scapegoat pose.
Kill me.
Just take it. Just take the win. Is this what you want? This what you want from me?
This
to
is
be
what
the
you
fall
always
guy?
wanted. Set me on fire.
This is what I have to do for this company. Nail myself to the cross.
This is what you want of me, huh? I love Jack Perry, man. See, I think there's like the scapegoat thing just is not enough. It's too muted. Like, I think he can expand it to something better, is all I'm saying.
I think they could have done more with Jack when he came back. I think they could have done more to capitalize on him. I think some of his character stuff got lost in the EVP stuff.
Right.
And I think it was too reliant on some other stuff. And I think you need to evolve his character past that because he's good enough as a heel that he doesn't need those things.
Great word there, Phil. Evolve. I feel like it hasn't evolved yet, you know?
Yeah. And yeah, it's just some stuff that I would just like to see him do to retool this. I really wanted this TNT title run to be a big moment for him. And I think the win itself was good. I just wish they would have done a bit more with him as a character. I wish they would have done more with him as champion. But, you know,
this wasn't really that great. They had him on some not the best collision matches that people they had him doing the open challenge thing, but they didn't. Something was off about it.
I don't think that I just think they need to like really figure out like what he's gonna do as a character, because I didn't even think the open challenge really fit what he was saying as a character.
Yeah.
And so yeah, there was just some hiccups here, but this is Jack. They've been invested in this guy since day one. He'll be fine. And he's had some pretty big moments this year wrestling Brian. This match here, he's had a strong run of pay-per-view matches. He'll be fine. I just wasn't the biggest fan of this reign.
I think Jack is a long haul wrestler anyways. I don't think anything needs to be rushed. Like this is all a part of the process anyways. It's like he's going to try things, he's going to fail at things, he's going to succeed at things. That's all a part of his young journey. But like in 10 years, we'll be like, oh yeah, Jack Perry is AEW champion, like all kind of stuff like that. This is still the super early stages, you know?
Yeah. And see, later on, when he does like ascend to that level and he's ready to win a world champion, you have all the receipts. You can come back and say, nah, Phil, that guy, he liked Jack Perry.
The whole time, Phil liked Jack Perry.
The whole time.
I like Jack Perry. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Listen, man. All of those things I said about the run, them not capitalizing on them. Still pretty good wrestler, man. I like Jack Perry.
Regardless, when the bell rings, Jack is still Jack.
No. In all seriousness, I think Jack is going to be just fine. Yeah. I do think that they've got stuff you can do with him. He makes a lot of sense for when Kenny comes back to give him a one-on-one match with Kenny.
Exactly.
They've already had a one-on-one match, and there's so much history you can pull on out of that. And I think out of the EVP stuff, you can do something interesting with that. I just think they gotta ramp it up. And I just, like I said, I would like to see the character develop more. That's all.
Yeah.
But enjoyed this match. We got Bobby Lashley versus Swerve Strickland up next. Big Bob Lashley coming out with the Hurt Syndicate. Cannot tell you how much of a thrill it has been to watch these guys in front of a live crowd. It just feels like, you know, in business terms, proof of concept. And these guys had the proof of concept from the Thunderdome, and they never got a chance to put this in front of a live crowd to tell you, like, look, this is hot. And so seeing how hot it is now, seeing how over the West Side and Smoke Dizzle record is, and the We Hurt People chant is getting over. I really love that for them. Seeing how much like Bobby seems like motivated to do something different, and the way the three of them look like they're enjoying working together again. Love that part of it. Swerve Strickland coming out with the Tyler gear on. That popped me good for multiple reasons. But because I'm a fan of the Tyler album, that I've been listening to that a lot this year. But then just the fact that he did that, I was just like, Swerve, of course.
There's so many pieces connected to this, you guys, that I wish we could talk about. It's just so funny. There's so much about this that I love. Like if the Hurt Syndicate didn't exist and just for hip hop, this Hurt Syndicate song just existed, I'd be happy. Like that song destroys my life. The fact that there's a chant along with it now, Bobby Lashley's been doing it, perfect. The Hurt Syndicate as just this 3 unit, they look amazing. Bobby Lashley's suit's always crazy. Like they look like they will destroy you. MVP, every time he talks, you could give him 13 seconds or 5 minutes. He's so captivating. The crowd is itching on every word. And I thought this match was awesome. Swerve in the cool gear. He feels like the confidence is at a high, even though he's down against these gigantic guys. But Bobby Lashley came in to say, I don't care about anything. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about what y'all say about me or how y'all feel. I'm Bobby Lashley, and I will knock your head off. Like, he looks so scary, Phil. When he gets into that, like, he doesn't know his own strength, and, like, he'll pick you up and you'll fly, and he's just he looks so different than every AEW wrestler. Like, sometimes when you get an ex-WWE guy, it's like somebody that's connected to the indies or has some kind of this is like Bobby Lashley. He's an action figure, big giant world champion MMA guy. He looks so different. He works really different. He adds a different element to this. And I really enjoy that the Hurt Syndicate is able to cook in front of the crowd and that the crowd is really taking to it. Like they're understanding what's being presented to them, you know?
Yeah. The thing that I love about AEW and the thing that I've loved since day one is that it's such a big melting pot of wrestling. Mm-hmm. And I think what you're saying with Bobby being at WWE, yeah, you know, we know what WWE does. The machine gets behind somebody and they, you know, make them feel like a massive star. But more than that, I think what always comes across with AEW when you do get somebody that has had the kind of career that Bobby Lashley had, TNA and MMA, like you said, 2-time WWE champion. You can like just feel like how big he feels on this stage because like he's in there with the rest of these people. It's just like when Brian came over there. It's like just like this guy's career and just how big this guy is, and he's here. Like there's just a different appreciation to it. And so seeing Bobby in that ring and just seeing just like everything around this, where Swerve is at this point in the career. What I think Kate was trying to ask, because people got upset.
Oh, I forgot there was some controversy. Yeah.
What I think she was trying to ask is, you're Bobby Lashley, where you've been in your career, as big as you are in your career, and you come to this company, and you come straight in with championship aspirations, and one of the guys at the top of the mountain, one of the top guys in this company, most dangerous man in AEW, is another black man. And like those two guys face to face in this ring, it did feel like a big moment. It felt huge. And then when you look around the ring, everybody around the ring is black. Nana, MVP, Shelton's out there, Stefan's in the ring. Everybody in the entire demonstration was black at one point. I was like, this is pretty goddamn
black.
Cool.
I love it. I'm having a great time.
So yeah, just that in itself, that visual in itself, I was sitting there like, this is awesome. Just seeing how far Swerve has come in his career, seeing Hurt Syndicate back together and being able to do what they do best in front of a live crowd again. And it felt so black. I loved it. But yeah,
you know what's funny about this whole thing, this Kate thing, before we get off of it? People were very upset and people were very mad because that's how it goes. Righteous Reg, your guys' friend right here talking to you, interviewed Bobby Lashley for the PWI. I think it was in 2021. And yeah, same kind of question. Hey, not a lot of black champions over there in history. How's it feel? Well, no, I don't think of myself as a black champion. I think of myself as a champion. So he told that to Righteous Reg too. Just for your files.
Yeah, I believe Seahawk My boy, the homie, put up a clip where he talked to him. And he said something different. It's also very in line with the character stuff that they've been doing with Hurt Syndicate, because the entire time that Hurt Business and now this iteration of the group has been around, MVP has been saying, no, we're not Nation of Domination, because this has never been about race to us. We're just three black guys that are about our business, that are trying to win championships and make money. And so his response to that question was very much in line to the same thing MVP has been saying as his manager all this time. Now, you can get into, do I totally agree with him? No. But I also...
Like, I didn't want to hear that when he said that in the PWI interview. Like, I wanted him to be like, yeah, black champions. But, like, that's just not how Bobby Lashley specifically gets down. And I can't be mad at him for that.
You know, we talk about all the time how if you ask multiple black people the same question, you're going to get a different answer. And so different perspectives are what they are. That's just his perspective as a guy that has been champion. And the thing that I did appreciate about it, him saying, no, we've normalized it at this point. And he can say that as somebody that has been world champion everywhere else he's gone.
When we talk about world champions, we talk about him. So he definitely has a dog in this fight.
Yeah. So, I don't want to digress and get into a conversation about representation and completely dissect everything he said. Do I totally agree with it? No, but I understand his point of view, and I understand how it fits Hurt Business and the character he's doing right now. So
totally, yeah. So it's totally along the lines of what they've been talking about. So yeah, I just wanted to be like, that's just how the game is, you know.
Yeah, some of the response to that was very strange, and I was also at one point like, yeah, this is why I be over here where skies are blue and grass is green.
I'm gonna just stand right here. Yeah, I think it'll be all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I very much be like, leave me out of it.
Leave me alone. Please leave me out of it. Because they don't leave us out of it, Phil. They'll be like, these guys too. And I'm like, what did we do? What did I do?
I saw someone try to drag me in it, and I was just like, for saying that? Okay, cool. All right. You got it, I guess. This is why, again, I be over here, and y'all stay over there on that other app where y'all are miserable. Like, leave me alone.
Saying that is hella funny.
Like, because the tweet that they tried to pull up, I was like, but I'm confused. Like, why is this a bad thing? But whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
But I digress. Shout out to Taz.
Yeah, this match was good. I enjoyed Bobby beating this guy down for most of this match, like really like beating on him. And then, we got Swerve getting his comeback in. Swerve looked tremendous as well, but
the big Swerve stomp on the announce table.
Yeah, great spot. I cackled at Bobby doing the barricade spot here. It's like he brought the barricade spot. AEW. I love it.
I thought that was hella fun. I'm like, oh shit, the barricade spot, the big spear barricade spot. I love it.
But this goes to show what my issue is. And it's not really an issue with the barricade spot. It's my issue with how often they do it in WWE. Right. That it doesn't hit the same when you see it all the time. It's like, I mean, how many times have we like seen that replay of them breaking the ring, right? Yeah. And so if you break the ring every few months, it's like, okay, I've seen it. So if you see the barricade spot all the time, it don't really hit the same. So here in AEW, where we don't see it all the time, it was just like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I did laugh at that because I was like, wait.
It's funny because like that's like he uses it like it's one of his moves. Like you do a suplex. What's one of your moves, Bobby Lashley? I spear you through the barricade.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. You learn how to do something outside the ring in 2K, and it was like, oh, as soon as I see that barricade, I know what button to press.
But then also, yeah, if Bobby Lashley spears you through something, you're probably gonna fly through it.
Yeah, very big, scary man. But yeah, Bobby Lashley picked up the win here. Choked Swerve out. Again, I wasn't surprised by the outcome so much as I felt like Bobby needed the win more than Swerve did here. Agreed. But just how like abrupt it was that he just choked him out and just was like, up, that's over. That's it. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, like, yeah, I mean, I told you guys I was going to do kind of like Kyle, just the confidence of like, yeah, why are y'all surprised?
I really loved the way this match was worked.
Another match with two wrestlers that have really great chemistry that haven't worked together before.
Yeah, very much looking forward to the rematch because I do think we're going to get a rematch out of this. And I love what they've set up so far with the Hurt Syndicate. They feel like a big deal. They feel dangerous. Afterwards, them walking away, MVP still talking shit, saying in the camera, "We will hurt you."
Oh,
Loved
man. Got me so good. I was hyped. I'm standing up. Get me in here. Where's my Hurt Syndicate shirt? Put me in the group. Just amazing work from everybody. We're going to talk about the other member of the Hurt Syndicate here in a little bit on how fucking amazing he is, too. That guy has chemistry with everyone. Like, Shelton Benjamin could be in there with your dad and you're about to get a banger because he just automatically locks in. It's crazy. We'll get into it more, but
yeah, I don't want to get into a long rant about it because you guys got an Eberflus rant, but it just still bothers me. That guy, when you see how he's still working at this point in his career, how was he not world champion?
Yeah, what's going on?
A complete injustice, man. Like that guy, man, incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Like I'm tired of hearing y'all say in 2002 he should have got it, but then I keep seeing him and I'm like, damn, dog, what's going on,
bro? Out of those OVW guys, man, and how you see how much the fans and the online people give it up to him and give him his flowers, and all of those other guys were champion. He should have been world champion. I don't care what nobody says. But, yeah, before we get into this main event, we did get the celebration with Mariah May and Mina Shirakawa. I think we all kind of knew where this was going based on what Mariah has been doing since she turned on Tony. We had the segment last week where Mina was behind her trying to hype her up, and she kept moving in front of her like, nope, this is about me. No, what are you doing here? But then still fake the funk afterwards. Like, no, I love you, Mina. I've been waiting for you to come so I can actually get my celebration. And in the back of my head, I'm like, yeah, the celebration is you turning on yet another friend and telling people like, I don't need any of them. Yep. And so all of this was great. They came out with the dresses, champagne, beautiful music when champagne flutes click and everything. And I love that as soon as she went for the bottle, Mina saw it coming because she was just like, no. I've been peeping game for a long time. So just
my favorite part of the whole thing is like she didn't hit Mina in the back of the head because Mina was like, no, you're not going to trick me, dude. I'm not dumb. They didn't make Mina look dumb.
Yeah, Mina, of course, like I said, started doing her dance. She went to swing the bottle at her. She was just like, no.
Not here.
I saw this coming. The energy from it of like, once Mariah spit in her face, it was over. Which
She's all red.
This is again I love because it's so easy to build Mina up as this wrestler for some people to think they don't have to take seriously because she comes out, she dances. She's been doing a segment with Harley Cameron, and people like may want to make her out to be an eye candy wrestler and all these other things. But no, once she spit in her face, it was like, nah,
it's a wrap.
Fuck out of here. What do you think this is?
Like I know we've been partying, having a good time, drinking champagne, but I will fuck you up.
Yeah. Man, big shocking spot. Spear off of the ramp into the table. Mina comes up with the blood coming out of her mouth, and she is
big
just like
knot on her head. She's all
big shiner on her head. I watched the Welcome Home Roscoe Jenkins the other day.
The best.
Yeah. My man. Oldest. Not my mama got a red titty on her head.
That's such a good movie, man.
Love that movie. All-time great Martin movie, in my opinion.
Honestly,
but yeah, man, this segment was so good. This just shows again with Mariah, she's so good with the character stuff, and they have such a good grasp of what this character is and the direction for it. It was a little bit of a stumble coming out the blocks with her, but this was a really, really good segment. I would have liked to see her wrestle on this card, but this just shows again, just like she can wrestle, but this side of her, like the character stuff, it's hidden.
Yep. This is I think it didn't really start that well because we're all kind of waiting for this moment. We're all waiting for her to lock
Yes.
up with Mina. I do like how it also was, we talked before last week on potentially having Tony Storm come out, but she would have totally muddied up this moment. I think like she
Yeah.
would have took away from the whole moment because people would have just been focused on Tony Storm. So the fact that these women got to do this great bit, do the table spot, and it's just about them, made it a lot better. And they followed up with it on Dynamite too, which I thought made Mariah, added on to Mariah's character after what happened at Full Gear.
Yes. Yeah, I thought the stuff on Dynamite was also excellent. We got the official announcement that the match will take place at Winter is Coming. It seems like there might have been some visa issues. Maybe that's why they kept pushing off the Mina stuff.
Yeah.
Which, again, kind of hurt Mariah's title run. But I do think that she's managed to recover well with the feud with Anna Jay, which got us some good matches. The stuff on Collision, if you didn't see it, was great.
Yeah.
And she's been back to cutting good promos. That promo where she's just like, women's wrestling is dead because I killed it. All of you guys are afraid to wrestle me. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, really good. Anytime she gets to do it, it's great. I wish she kind of would have defended her belt too or had a match too, but I like these two things that she did this week a lot.
Yeah. I thought that this was very good. I thought this whole segment was very good because at first I was like, I don't know, you putting this on a pay-per-view, but I think it worked out in the long run because it was a very shocking moment on a card where other moments were like, oh, wait, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You sure? You sure you want to do that?
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Again, year of hate, year of your friends trying to murder you, apparently.
Friendship.
What is friendship anyway, man? I don't know. Can you trust anybody?
These are the questions.
But yeah, main event, Jon Moxley versus Orange Cassidy. This is going to be a divisive one, I think, because this style of match is probably not going to be for everyone. I personally really liked it. I like that they built up all this time of Orange Cassidy being very reluctant to step up and him saying, I'm not really a leader, but if this guy's going to keep doing this, if he's going to, put my friend in jeopardy, then I'm going to beat him and I'll be champion. So he shows up with the Jan Sport. He's ready to get that belt out of the briefcase and put it in his bag. And just judging off of the go home segment, and this is bravo because I wasn't the biggest fan of this go home show.
Same.
But doing the stuff on the go home show where Orange Cassidy gets taped up and he's doing the sloth kicks and it's still looking like Mox has to lay this guy out like, yo, stop playing with me, man. You still joking around. But as soon as this match started, he started going full force, came in hot, multiple orange punches. He came in dead serious, no time for jokes, no hands in the pockets and kip ups. He came straight to fight, and I love that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think that them kind of establishing that he is really going to be in this, he's going to be serious about it, and that this is real to Jon Moxley and Orange Cassidy, I think helped with the story going in. The issue is nobody ever believed that Orange Cassidy was going to win, though, and I think that's kind of played into how people felt about the story going in and the post-match stuff. It's like there was a point that Denise and I bit super hard. They come in with the briefcase. Orange Cassidy gets them. There was a very close near fall, but there was not any moments beyond that where I felt like Jon Moxley was going to lose this match.
Yeah, I agree. I do think the fact that the match was predictable as Mox's first title defense did kind of hurt it in some ways. But the story they told worked so well that I didn't mind it because
he should have been the guy, though, Orange Cassidy, in this position. So it makes sense.
Yes. The story of these guys having that fire match at All Out a year ago to cap off one of the greatest title runs, I believe, in the history of this company, Orange Cassidy and that international championship. And you thought, like, usually when a guy has that kind of run with a mid-card title, that's going to be the thing that, catapults them into the world title picture. And it didn't. And, that was kind of my frustration with Orange, too. So to have Mox show up, like, what are you doing? Like, you're cool with this? Like, this is what you want to be doing. And then he immediately showed up in this match, showed a lot of fighting spirit in this match, everything Mox was throwing at him, he kept coming back. All the interference and everything that was happening, he's just bleeding, oozing blood out there, and he just still keeps coming back at the end. I thought this made Orange Cassidy look like a believable contender. Even though the match, like you said, was predictable, it did feel like you can do this match again down the road, and Orange Cassidy can win this match.
Yes.
And if that was supposed to be the takeaway from this match to make him feel like a believable contender, it worked because he came out of this looking fantastic.
Yeah, and I still feel like he's owed a world title reign. And he's shown so many times that he's a main event type wrestler. So, yeah, and when he's given the position, given some time, there was a little extra plunder maybe than I would have liked at the end of this match, but I understand what they were going for. They're trying to establish like a NWO style, bloodline type. The end of the show is all of us getting over type deal. So it's like, I get it. I don't know if necessarily I want it, but I get it.
This has been one of those things that I've been wondering for about 2 years now of what will be the effect of Roman's time on top, because the Roman match became like such a successful thing for WWE. And so I wondered, like, how would that affect wrestling as a whole? And you could see the influences on this match, all the way to Yuta's running at the end in the Psycho knee, which I bid on because I thought, like, man, it looked like Orange Cassidy was gonna win.
Yep.
And then we got this Psycho knee. I was like, this fucking guy, to do a Psycho knee of all things. Orange Cassidy, ooh, I oughta.
Yuta comes in with the hoodie and I was like, okay.
Exactly.
Elements.
He did the hoodie. And so you could see, like, the influence here, but yeah, I definitely was looking around like, Yuta.
Yuta keeps establishing that he's a shitty little heel. That's why I like it. That was probably the best part, honestly, the best bite. But yeah, that's funny that I hadn't thought about that. I feel like there's going to be an influence. There's going to be some reverberation of us seeing 2 years of the same finish in every match.
Oh, I hope that that's not where we're heading as an industry. But yeah, I enjoyed this match. I like all of the stuff that was supposed to worked. I thought, like I said, it made Orange Cassidy look like $1 million. Yuta came off looking detestable again, and then afterwards, when he's watching all this stuff happening again, it feels very much like, oh no, what have I signed up for? It definitely felt like, if you're a Harry Potter fan, Malfoy, towards the end of the series, all this stuff is happening. He's like, yo, I just kind of wanted to be a school bully. I didn't want to actually hurt people. It was like, wait a minute.
I don't want to actually kill anybody. This is crazy. This is too much.
Wait a minute. Y'all got me up here with this wand pointed at Dumbledore. Like, I just wanted to, like, I don't like Harry Potter. I just wanted to bully him and his friends and that Granger character. I hate her, but I don't want to actually kill anybody. Like, wait a minute.
I'm gonna sign up for all this.
But that definitely added to the finish as well, of like, man, Yuta, what are you doing? And then his face afterwards when they're beating down Orange Cassidy and like pouring that cleaner or whatever that was down his throat. I was like, this is your fault, Yuta. What did you do? And he's just looking around like, I just thought we was trying to win a wrestling match. I didn't think we were still gonna. I thought that was just like a Bryan thing. I didn't think we were trying to like hurt everybody.
Yeah, I just came in and win some championships, maybe have a couple tag matches. I didn't think we was gonna be dumping cleaner down throw. This is kind of crazy. You want me to hold him?
Yeah. The aftermatch stuff. There was a lot that happened here. Some of this was very much not for me. Hangman comes running down, and it looks like we're gonna get Hangman Mox, but then Hangman.
Oh, man, I'm loving it. I'm the stare down. Yep, I'm all.
Because that is totally in line with Hangman of just being like, no, I deserve this. I should be champion, even though, no, you lost. You lost 2 times in a row. You don't deserve this.
You like just lost today, and he's still like, I don't give a fuck. I want a belt.
I should be champion. It should have never been Swerve. Right. There's a hilarious bit of him yelling that at the Chicago crowd, and I was just like, no, you should be champion. Stop crying, dog. Why are you always crying? Like, stop it.
He's still on it. He's still on it. So yeah, and when Hangman came out, I was actually kind of confused for a bit because he lost, and then Christian comes down, and I'm like, oh shit. But
Christian.
I didn't think he would cash in on Moxley though, so I didn't really bite. I was trying to see what was happening here.
Christian, you're not all on your own. Yeah, Hangman coming down. I was confused at first, but then I was like, oh yeah, this is in line with his character. He's gonna try and get a world title match. And then Christian came in, and I was like, I don't like this contract bit.
I hate it.
I don't like it.
It's ruining every world title match for me, Phil.
I don't like it. I don't like the potential of Christian becoming champion because there's at least 4 or 5 guys that I would like to see win it over him. And so, and I get, you're supposed to feel this way about the heel jumping the line, blah, blah, blah. I don't like it.
This is why the cash-in concept shit sucks. Because it's just looming. Every single time I'm like, Darby. Here comes Philip Lindsey. Like, well, Christian's going to beat him. And that's what's going to happen. And that's what's driving me crazy.
I think if you had a baby face with that contract and the thought of him coming in to save the day with the contract and they keep running away to elude him, that's different. I would be fine with that. But Christian as another heel and this patriarchy stuff and him running in, I just don't. Every time he does it, I'm like, I don't want to see this, and I don't want to see him as champion. I just don't want it. And so,
and that also plays a part too. Is I'm not super interested in Christian as world champion, so it's also like, get out of here.
No, because you're supposed to feel like I get in some ways you're supposed to feel like this is Hangman. Like I'm trying to save this company from you. Ironically, I'm trying to save this company from you, Moxley, and so I'm going to bring in Christian at the guy that beats you because I'm going to get my title match from him and beat him. But the way that just doesn't work as him as a day one guy saying, I'm trying to protect this company from you, but also helping Christian.
Right.
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
But we got all of this. Jay White comes out at the end and stops the heels. I was about to say the baby faces. Stops the heels from cashing in on the other heels. And then the Death Riders start beating down Jay White. I was like, wait a minute. He saved your guy's title reign. Why are you beating him up?
I was hella confused. Wait, he came down to save your belt. What do you mean, dog? What's happening?
I was like, why they beat? So they beat him up. They run out of there. They jump in their truck again. And then out of nowhere, you see this car come flying in and hit the truck. Then they have to jump out of the truck and go jump in this van, Grand Theft Auto style. And that's the end of our pay-per-view. Darby
conspiracy saying Shane McMahon's driving the other. I'm like, you guys, leave me alone.
Yeah, that's it. At the end of our pay-per-view, Darby stumbling to get on top of the roof of that car and say, "Where are you going? Get back here!" And I like the aspect that there's an overarching story. I like the cliffhanger stuff, but this was a lot. This was a lot of characters being introduced, and it was very, very muddied. It was very much too much happening, very much overbooked ending to the show, and that's why I said. The match, I can see people feeling the same way that the main event was overbooked. But I thought the match itself was fine. It was the stuff afterwards where I was like, I don't really need all of this.
There might have been a little 1 or 2 extra plunders in the match that I didn't like, but I thought it was fine for the spot. But the afterwards stuff with Christian and all is too much. If there's people were talking this week about them doing a 4-way at World's End with the 4 guys, Christian, Mox, Jay White, and Hangman, and I'm like, I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I mean, at this point, it feels like it's going to be Jay White's match, and I feel like Hangman's probably going to cost Jay White the match, and that's how Mox's going to retain.
That's how you get to the 3rd Hangman and Jay White match.
Yes. Mox lives to fight another day. Christian still looming. Darby still chasing him around. If it was just Darby chasing them, I would be fine.
Yes.
I think adding the contract stuff to it, it just feels like it's too much.
Because at the end of the pay-per-view, it was the same thing. I'm like, oh, yeah, you guys are telling us again that Darby should be the one to beat Jon Moxley. Like, the end of the show is Darby Allin standing strong after being that little pest that's stuck on the back of the Death Riders. Like, you're telling me this is the guy you want, that I should want to win, but Christian again is looming, and it's screwing everything up.
Yeah. Because I think if you take a few aspects out of this ending, if it's just them running out of the ring after they try and kill Orange Cassidy and they get outside, and then we get the Darby crashing the car, all of that is fine. But when you have all the rest of this stuff, and then here comes Darby to crash the car, and then it's just a lot, man. Like,
we just saw 5 minutes worth of shit, and then at the end, like, one more thing. It's like, all right, you guys. Like,
yeah, you've got them trying to pour cleanser down his throat, and then here comes Hangman. What is Hangman doing here? Then here comes Christian, and here comes Jay White, and then you get the Darby stuff. It just was a lot.
And that's not really, like you said, this is kind of the Roman effect. Like, I don't watch AEW shows for all this shit, dude. I watch it for a badass match, the winner poses, and then we're out of here. So I could see how that could turn some people off, you know?
Yeah. But I thought this was a really good pay-per-view all around, though.
It was.
AEW does pay-per-views very well, and that's mostly because it's the stuff I want to see. It's, great matches, a lot of action. It's a loaded card, but at least most of the matches deliver. There was like maybe one or two matches here that I wasn't that high on. Which, speaking of, we skipped a match.
We did. I was just thinking about the match I wasn't that high on. We skipped it.
Konosuke Takeshita versus Ricochet was right before Bobby Lashley versus Swerve. I like this match. Ricochet still feels like he's getting used to the AEW schedule and getting used to this crowd. And it seems like you see that with a good amount of WWE wrestlers that come over here, where it's just like they're getting used to wrestling in front of this crowd. We'll get into some of the stuff from the Continental Classic too. But it's just it's interesting seeing him in front of this crowd for two reasons. We've always wanted him here. Like, he fits this lane so much. Yes. And so, but then when you look at like the style of matches he's wrestling now, I don't want to say that I hate, because we got that Observer quote this week of him saying, oh, well, this was a 4.5 match last like 5 years ago. But I do think there's something to, because there's nothing wrong with this match. This match is good. But on a card with a bunch of these other great matches, it doesn't stand out in the same way. If he would have had this exact same match somewhere else, people would have been like, oh, that's one of the top matches of that night. But when you put this next to that Mercedes match and the Ospreay match and some of the other stuff on this card, it didn't really stand out, I thought.
That's exactly what it was to me. It's like Ricochet might be one of the most confusing cases in history at this point. Everybody knows how highly I've talked about Ricochet. I was upset when he got announced to signing to WWE because I knew he wasn't going to be Ricochet that we know and love. And the super kind of funniest thing about this current situation is he's getting used to working these crowds, but he's been in Japan. He's been in these independent shows. Like, he's been in front of these people that know who he is. And it seems like he's trying to overcompensate but by doing that, he's undercompensating. I keep seeing these interviews with him where he's like, I'm here. I was being held down. I want to be the best AEW wrestler there is. I want to be the best of the best here. And I'm like, I hear you, I understand you, but the matches aren't really matching that. It seems like he's in I don't want to say cruise control, but it's like, this isn't 100% Ricochet here. And like, you keep saying this is the place where you could be 100%, but you haven't been being 100%. And this match specifically is the one that really, I'm like, every time Takeshita's been in a match with anybody this year, it's been one of the best matches of the year. He's up there for Wrestler of the Year. Like, just go down his resume. It's fire. And Ricochet, this match was like, he's in there, he's working, he does flips and shit, but it's not really, there's something missing. There's something not connecting. There's something, he's working for a different type of crowd. He's not really giving it up the way that I think he should. And so after this match, I was like, that wasn't that great. Then we get to Wednesday, and I'm like, I still have that same feeling. It feels like he could do all the moves, he could connect, he could do all the stuff, but something's not connecting here. That's really showing that he's Ricochet. He's one of the best guys here. Ricochet and Ospreay was the biggest thing for a long time, and he is not in Ospreay's league at all right now. Like, if we're talking about right now, this day, Ospreay's blowing this guy out of the water, and they came up in this thing together. So I'm just confused about it, because I'm like, I know Ricochet could do it. I know he's that guy. He is exactly who he is, but why isn't he showing us?
I still think he looks incredible. He does something in all of these matches where it's like, no, this dude's unbelievable.
Definitely.
Like, he's still, I believe, a generational talent. He does things where I'm just like, yo, like, I mean, like the Continental Classic match when he hopped up on and stood straight up on his shoulders. I'm like, yo,
insane.
What? And then the landing afterwards and everything, just incredible. He did a few things like that in this match where I was like, this dude is just amazing.
But I think the difference is now, there used to be a time where he was the only one that could do that shit. Now Pat could do that shit, Commander can do that shit, Will Ospreay can do that shit. When everybody when you're not the only one that could do a 630 splash, they're not the only one that could do a double moonsault, things change. You know what I mean? Because he stole that spot from Pac.
I agree with you that, yeah, it is like seeing this guy now in a lane where there's so many other people that can do amazing things. But I think some of it is the placement on this card. I think if we got this match earlier, it probably would have gotten a better response. But then also, I think there's something to like the disconnect with the audience, and I don't think that's because he's wrestling a bad match. I just think that for some reason there's a disconnect, because like I said, he's still doing big cool spots. I still think that
his dive still fucks me up. The over the rope twisting thing, that's still so good. It's flawless, you know?
Yeah, amazing. I also think that when you see like the way he's presented, like him backstage in the suits and everything, it just still feels like an upgrade for what we were getting from WWE. It just feels like we're missing that rivalry or that story where people are going to care about the outcome of this match, because kind of like the Mox match, I don't think anybody actually thought Ricochet was going to win this match, because Konosuke already has matches set in January. He already has a match set in January. And so it's one of those things where it's like, it's a good problem to have that you have so much wrestling. On this card, you have so much great wrestling, and so you have this good match on this card along all these other great matches. But then you have all of these other matches that are already announced, and it's like, okay, well, I know he's not going to win because he has this coming up. I know Konosuke is not going to lose because he has this coming up. So it's crazy. With everything we said, I like this match. It's just that, like I said, it didn't stand out in comparison to the other matches.
And that's the funniest part about it, is this is AEW's fault. Like, I'm comparing it to your amazing matches. I'm like, oh, this great match wasn't the best match I ever seen just because of the other matches. But like you said, Phil, in a vacuum, this match is awesome. It's just like, I'm comparing it to the high quality of stuff that they're putting out, which is a great problem for them. I'm like, well, he's not as good as these other great wrestlers has been, but he's still amazing. So it's like, you know, great wrestling is the cause of it. That's awesome.
I think he's been there long enough where he can have good matches. You know what he does well. I just think people are waiting for that thing. I think they're waiting for that thing to really sink their teeth in, whether that be a storyline or a rivalry for him, and it just hasn't happened yet. I think once you give him, you know, the big storyline to go along with like these like great matches that you think you're going to get out of like these matchups with like him versus Takeshita or him versus Ospreay, I think it's going to be different, because the triple threat from last pay-per-view was excellent, but you also had all this other stuff building up to it. And so I think, like, just the timing, the placement on this card, and then the way the match was announced kind of in the last minute getting up to the pay-per-view, and there wasn't really a build for it. I think that didn't help either.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue here currently, maybe, is it's kind of the same issue that he had in WWE. He never had any real like rivalries, or like when we look back, we're not like, remember the thing he had, like he doesn't have that. I think Lucha Underground is the only thing they kind of established in him into something, and they just got to get him into story, something we can remember besides him being the great wrestler, you know?
Yeah.
I love flips, but I need more. I'm saying, and I'm Righteous Reg saying that.
But yeah, I really like this pay-per-view. None of these matches I was like, nah, I wasn't sitting there through any of this like, oh, this isn't good.
No, nothing was offensive at all.
This is, again, pay-per-view without a learning tree, and I was like, we can keep doing this. We don't need to put that on the pay-per-view. That's cool.
But then your homeboy came and had the best match he's had all year on Wednesday, so.
Did he?
I think so. Is there a better one? I can't think of a better one. I mean, you know, the bar's in hell, but
yeah, AEW Full Gear was a lot of fun. Enjoyed it.
It was a good show, a really good show. I think that, again, we're comparing it. Was it the best AEW show of the year? No, but we're comparing it to AEW, who has had some exceptional shows. Like, it's a really great problem to run into, I think. It's like we're just basing it on the high quality that you've given us. I'm comparing you to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Shoot us your super chats, your humper chats. I was trying to lead out of that after I said the Jericho thing and not be too negative. You know what I didn't like? And this is becoming a growing thing with me and Jericho. It's not that I don't think that match was good. It's that we've seen this Ishii match before. We've seen him go out and get the chops and do the blood and everything that comes with it. And it just reads as self-indulgent to me. It does. It just reads as self-indulgent. I don't need to see this guy as Ring of Honor champion again. None of this interests me. I just don't think he's done anything this year that's just like, oh, well, we're in new territory, or this is something. I just don't care, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. I just don't. I don't care. I mean, I was trying not to say it, but I don't care, man. I don't.
Straight up, one of my least favorite wrestling tropes is it worked again. It worked before one time. Let's do it again. It'll work again. Like it's just like I'm not into it. I like the match. I think it was fine, but it is just the same match that he did last time. It's like, just chop the shit out of me and I'll bleed, and people will like it. And like, yeah.
Yeah, it felt like, oh, people aren't liking this learning tree stuff again, but oh, let me do that match that you guys liked last time. See, look, best match of the year, right? You guys like me again, right?
Let's get into a few super chats and we'll move forward. Rick Young says, nice meeting you, Phil. If Bucks and Omega had matches in Japan, do you think Hangman finds his way in Japan, restore the Elite in New Japan, and go back to AEW?
Yeah, I think Hangman in Japan could be cool, but I think at this point, I don't see it happening. It seems like they've kind of landed at where they want the Wrestle Dynasty stuff to go. What we've got is pretty exciting. If you have not seen, the Bucks are going to be challenging for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship. Very funny because we have the tag league going on right now. These guys just jumped the line and they're challenging for the belts.
That's the Bucks. They could do that. I thought it was very interesting how Jack's on the poster too, and they haven't announced his match yet, right?
Oh no, he does have a match.
They announced his match already?
Isn't he wrestling Suji?
Is it?
Because remember he came out at the last New Japan Strong show.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah, I don't know if Hangman will be a part of that. I think they have there's this AEW stuff going on, and then there's the cross promotional stuff going on. I feel like it's kind of different worlds right now.
Yeah.
Tenruza says all this new music dropping, need new Reg track. I got some on the way. Definitely got some on the way. Hey, what's over there says, give me Brody in the C2 final at World's End. Malachi gets a shot at Mox, Buddy versus Konosuke at Grand Slam Australia, and Julia versus Mariah May.
It's a shame, Mac. His name is Brian Keefe.
What happened?
No, I saw he was asking what's my man that walks around with Jericho at this point, Brian Keith, which is to my point that it's none of it is about him or anyone else. It's all about Jericho.
Hey, what's over there also says, I wouldn't mind Roddy getting put into the Death Riders. His style fits them.
Yeah. No. Now that I think about it, him back there yelling.
Yeah, nah. Moxley punched him in the mouth or something.
No, I still think that this is leading to Adam leading Undisputed Era against them for Trios Championship.
Mm-hmm. And he'll be a part of that. So
yeah,
he's gonna get down with them, but not on their team. Ten Rizzo also says Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dynasty can't get here fast enough. Omega Willow wins at the Dome. Athena in the Dome as well. So good. Need Jay White or Hangman back in the Dome. I don't think Jay White's gonna be there either.
No, I don't see Jay White being there, but yeah, we did get the quick bracket to decide the woman from AEW to take part in the International Cup. Got some strong matches in that. We got Willow versus Serena Deeb, and we got the Jamie Hayter Queen Amanada match on this week's episode.
Beautiful. We'll definitely get into a little more of that soon. Chris Spire says, what happened? All the people said AEW buried him.
I'm assuming that's about Jay White?
Probably.
Yeah, I didn't believe that at the time either. People overuse the word burial. I didn't believe he was buried. I just didn't like the booking for that match, especially going with how good he was being used on Collision and then coming over and being in that main event. And I was not a fan of that main event, but I never felt like he was buried.
They buried him. They fumbled him. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Again, fumble, chill with it. It doesn't work for every wrestler ever. Like sometimes they didn't get fumbled. They got punted onto another thing. Like it just doesn't like if you like a wrestler and then like they didn't happen in the way that you wanted it to, that doesn't mean they fumbled that wrestler. Hey, what's over there says the Credit King really could have had Ospreay versus Gunther or Drew in Europe, but Ospreay really ran from the grind. I don't think he ever could have had him, honestly. I don't think Ospreay was going to WWE. There's nothing they could have told Ospreay that would have got him there. Not the style that he works.
I didn't see him going over there either. I think he was just trying to see what they were offering. And I think, of course, you're negotiating. You're negotiating with the two top companies in the U.S. And, if you want to go to AEW and they have the idea that you might go over there, you have leverage. That's just how these things work.
But, yeah, he wasn't about to go over there. They're doing an angle right now about a banned pile driver. Like, dog. Come on.
Yeah, and this guy's been doing this Tiger Driver storyline.
Come on. Dex Baker says, I gotta go do family stuff, but I gotta say, hearing the "We Hurt People" chant this week, they're legendary.
Love it. So happy for those guys.
It's so good. You got to be in one. I haven't got to be in one. Phil, how did it feel?
It's awesome. Just seeing them open Dynamite and just seeing where they are, bro. Like, He's another one where I keep saying there's about 4 or 5 guys. You might have to have a conversation about making them world champion. Bobby's starting to climb that ladder.
There's always going to be like undeniable ones, and I feel like Lashley is going to continue to look like fucking Lashley, and people are going to be like, oh, we should see Lashley as champion. Like, it's just going to increase the more that we see him.
Yeah, he looks like a main eventer. He's in an act right now that's doing very well. When you look at the numbers that their stuff is doing on YouTube and just like how much people are enjoying what they're doing, you might have to have a conversation at some point.
Crazy. And like would be dope. It's Bobby Lashley. Tenriz also says, need someone to drive around the Drake shows here in Australia, blasting not like us. You can't escape it here either. Sucks AEW still doing Brisbane. Oh, they had to do they had to move venues.
Yes.
So that's the game. It's hard. Tenriz also says, my wrestling mind still feels like Wayne will be at the Super Bowl. Is it crazy? I know it would be a wild, huge moment. Need Athena, Red Velvet, and Amanada on TV.
Yeah, we'll get into the Amanada stuff in a minute, but I think that's why his people are like, no, he's not in the booth. Because I think even if he was in the booth, they're probably like, listen, we don't want to mess up our chances of possibly getting this invite and being on that stage. So
that's a fact. Like, I feel like even if he did something rash and he did go out and there is a song, management is still like, let's sit on it for a minute. Let's see. Let's test the temperature. We'll see.
Because I still don't believe that Kendrick is dissing this guy.
Same.
Both of the things he said, it's still in line with, hey, I like this guy and I respect him. I mean, he stood up for you on a fuck on Wayne's girl that's conniving. Like he on your side, bro.
That's for you.
I don't think he's got a problem with Wayne.
But I feel like Wayne might have felt away about that too.
About him bringing it up?
Yeah.
But like, I don't think his intention.
Put my business out in the street. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't think his intentions are malicious. I think he's like, I have the utmost respect for that guy. So how dare you do that guy like that? And he's supposed to be your man's. Like, how you?
Phil, we are talking about the guy that said, "Don't stop." It's the same guy. Got to remember that's the guy.
Yeah.
Got to remember that's the guy we're talking about. Like, he probably feels disrespected. Like, nobody's doing anything to you, Wayne. It's fine. Adrian Carpenter says, Ricochet has been good. The problem is the standard of wrestling in the ring. AEW is way higher than WWE.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said I think it's a good problem to have, that there's so much good wrestling. It's like when you have all of these guys like pulling a rabbit out of their hat and doing all these other magic tricks. When he comes in, it's like, look, a rabbit. It's like, well, I mean,
I saw 10 rabbits already, dog.
Yeah.
All Elite Ty says Rick versus Ricky Starks could be a great feud for both these guys. I forgot Ricky Starks was in the news this week too, huh?
I didn't. I did not. I'm surprised it took that
feud, right?
I'm surprised it took that long for Ricky to pop up in our super chats.
Me too. I'm super surprised because I legit forgot. I'm like, oh yeah, the Ricky Starks stuff. How you feel?
I'll hold off. We got a ad break. I'll hold off on my thoughts.
Let's do that.
Yeah, we got some more Humper chats to get into. Got a few more topics. Like I said, before we do that, can I hit you with a word from our sponsor?
BetOnline.AG is the official betting partner of Fightful. 100% of the time when you get the odds from Fightful, they are coming from BetOnline.AG. And it's not just wrestling. It's not just MMA and boxing. It's football, it's basketball, baseball, hockey. They have the earliest lines. You can bet big with the high limits and rebet functionality. They have the fastest payouts with winnings paid in minutes and the industry's best bonuses on every qualifying deposit. They've been trusted for 25 plus years. It's not some fly-by-night company. BetOnline.AG has been there. They've done that. In addition, they're trusted by millions. They've got VIP rewards programs and a ton of popular games. BetOnline.AG, that's where I go to make my bets. That's where I suggest you go to, my friends. Please just bet what you can and bet responsibly.
We're back. Are we stuck? This live? Phil? Oh, Phil froze. Okay. Oh, yeah, there I am. You guys see what happened last time I froze on the Denise pod? I never know what to talk about. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess we could talk about Ricky Starks. So what happened was Ricky Starks was featured on a GCW show last weekend, American Dream. He said he had a thing where he did a promo and he's about essentially some of the stuff, some backstage things being held down, wanting to shine and all this stuff. And then this thing came out with Effie. Effie did his podcast Weekend at Effie, and he was talking about AEW being featured at Hammerstein, which is funny because GCW had just announced that they were going to be featured at Hammerstein in January. They're doing a rehash of their show. Then AEW's like, actually, we're going to be there in December. So all this controversy happened. Effie came in and was like, you guys are biting, essentially. The game is the game. Y'all are doing like GCW. Shouldn't be at Hammerstein. Y'all are pandering. And then he apparently said some other unfavorable things about AEW. So AEW came out and said, we don't want Ricky Starks at GCW, and nobody in AEW is ever going to be at GCW again. So I don't. It's complicated because it's not the first time that they've had things. I think they had. I mean, their video game's called Fight Forever, and GCW had a thing. There's some backstage stuff that's been kind of looming and brewing. Also, at the end of the day, it's pro wrestling, and if you do something, I want to kind of respond back to you. Ricky Starks, I don't know what he kind of continues to catch a bad break. It feels like he's just trying to work. I think, I don't know, it's specifically in AEW, but like getting outside bookings and doing that means you're trying to expand or do something. I don't know if I would talk as crazy as reckless as he does sometimes on these shows, but I understand if you're a frustrated wrestler, that's what's going to happen. But wrestling is wrestling. No one venue is anybody's. No one thing is anybody's. People follow up. AEW follows up WWE every fucking week, so I'm sure they don't care about GCW's functionings. It's all just kind of too much.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that I hit the ad break and then my internet was like, oh, y'all about to cut that Ricky stuff? He was like, I don't know. Internet was like, I know you don't want to talk about it. Let me just cut you right on out. I know you don't want to do that. This is one of those conversations where I feel like people have drawn their line in the sand with things, and it's like a lot of things with wrestling where I feel like people do this thing where it's like, I have to pick a side. No, you don't. You don't have to pick a side. You can't just be like, hey, I understand this point of view, but I also disagree with the way this is being handled. And that's kind of where I am. I kind of disagree with the way this is being handled. When you have the optic of all of this, because the timeline of it looks absolutely nuts. You got the Van Vliet interview that dropped, and Ricky is asked again, hey, why aren't you working? And he's given the same answer of, I wish I could tell you, which is the same answer he's been saying for months. Right. He's been off TV now since March, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so Van Vliet asked him about the injury from the match, and he's saying, yeah, I got a stinger, but, I was ready to go. I'm not injured. So I should rephrase that. There was no injury in the match. He got a stinger, but he's been fine. He's been good to go. He's just been at home. There's still no clarification on why he's not working. Now, that's just one thing. That's just one aspect of this timeline. But then you have the GCW appearance, which was last Saturday, right after we recorded. You had the cool Mall of America spot of him coming down the escalator.
When he came down with the bag down the escalator, Phil, I was crying. He's pointing to people and stuff. It's like, this is hilarious. See, that's where Phil and I get lost, because sometimes we just think bits are hilarious. I thought that bit was hella funny.
Look, I love wrestling, bro. And this was a very wrestling thing when you think of Mall of America, Lex Luger, and all this other stuff. And so him coming down with like the white vest, and then he gets in a ring, and he cuts a very wrestling promo of, hey, guys, you guys are wasting my time. You guys are freezing me out. I'm about to be over here wrestling. This is the place to see me. Very wrestling. I was like, oh, he's getting some shit off. I think all of this is great. I think all of this is funny. But at the same time, watching him cut that promo, I was like, no, this guy's incredible. He should be on TV. Mm-hmm. And so that was kind of my takeaway from all of this, just seeing the GCW stuff and seeing them start to build to the Hammerstein match with Ricky Starks, and the Chris Van Vliet interview dropped around the same time. I was like, yeah, as much as people are interested in seeing this guy, as much as people are talking about him, this guy should be on TV. And so that was my initial takeaway. Then the rest of this stuff unfolds. Boy, did I tell you, there's always a line with me. I don't know if people can see it from the other side on the internet, but there's a point where I'll stop responding to everything. Because I'm like, all right, I see where this is going. I see what people are going to start doing. Because like I said, this is now into that area where people are going to start picking sides and start arguing and throwing out accusations. I don't want nothing to do with that. Mm-hmm. Because at that point, you can't then just voice an opinion with people just trying to, make it something it's not. And so that's usually now, and this might be Twitter PTSD of me being like, all right, let me get out of this. I don't want nothing to do with this. Which, again, I still got dragged in some way because it just never ends. But, yeah, so the announcement comes out that he's pulled from the GCW shows. And initially, I just saw the Sean tweet of him saying he was pulled from the GCW shows. The optic of that coming out of the interview and then him saying those things in the promo, I was like, oh, that looks bad. Because it just kind of looks like he said these things about him not being on TV. And if you don't know the rest of it, it looks like he just got punished. The optic of that does not look good. The timing of it looks crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So then, we get the actual report. And then that's where we get the context that he was reportedly pulled from the GCW shows because Tony took offense to some stuff that Effie said on his podcast. And that was in relation to, like Reg said, AEW booking Hammerstein. Now, this was another thing that I saw. Again, I like wrestling, man. Mm-hmm. And so I recognize all of this stuff is your usual wrestling business stuff. GCW booking Hammerstein, and then all of a sudden AEW books 3 shows at Hammerstein. I know what this is. If you have any history of independent wrestling at all, you know what this is. There's an indie promotion in your town. They book in the same area all the time. And then this other promotion pops up out of nowhere. That promotion is walking around ripping their posters down and doing all of the other stuff. Like, no, this is our spot. You go find somewhere else.
And they're telling the Hammerstein or whoever's involved, focus on us. We're bigger. We should be the priority.
Yeah, this
Not
is
AEW's doing that, but that's just what the game is.
This is a tale as old as time. Now, people pay attention to the context I'm saying, because I'm not saying that AEW showed up and started ripping posters down. But what I'm saying is, in indie wrestling, this happens all the time. This happens all the time. This is a thing that's been happening for decades. Like I said, a promotion pops up and somebody else was already working in that area, and now it's like, nah, what are you doing here? Like, this is our spot. Go over there. It's like, nah. So of course, then I'm gonna start like trying to protect my spot, trying to protect my audience, trying to make sure you come to my show. Don't go to their show. It's wrestling. Like, all of this stuff I understood. So when Effie did all this stuff on the podcast, I was like, oh, I see exactly what this was. And so I was like, okay. And so I just kind of chuckled at it because it's wrestling. I know this business. Like, I get it. Like, it's a cutthroat business. So not in 1,000 years that I think that anybody would take that stuff personally and pick the side with this and go, Effie sucks, all this other stuff, because I'm just like, dog, it's just, I don't know. And so when I saw that was the reason that Ricky got pulled, I was like, like, I get it. It's tough. It's touchy when you bring in somebody's parent and some stuff. Do I totally agree with Ricky being punished for something that had nothing to do with him? No. Do I get it to a degree? Yeah, but it's also a slippery slope because you got other AEW wrestlers there that work GCW shows. What does this mean for John Moxley, who's been working Bloodsport since he's been over there? I mean, you've got Marina in this act now, and she got popular again doing Bloodsport. Danhausen does GCW stuff. Like, I mean, the thing that I don't like about it immediately is that AEW started as this company that embraced indie sensibilities, and they were always this kind of company that were like, we're here for the workers, and no, you can go and do whatever you want. You hear so many wrestlers get there and go, yeah, the great thing about being here is Tony lets me, go somewhere else and wrestle if I want, or do my MMA stuff, or do my acting and do whatever I want. And so then when you set up this idea now that this is what this company was for all this time, and then it's like, oh, well, that guy said something about me, so you can't work over there. I don't like how that looks. And I get it. People will be like, it's just Tony defending himself, but could he have just ignored that? I think he could have. Now, I'm not him. Can't tell the guy what to do. But I don't think you should care about Effie and what those guys are over there saying. If you're bigger than them, act like you're bigger than them. GCW is not stopping nothing you're doing. Effie is not stopping nothing you're doing. So I just don't think it matters. I don't think it matters in the long run. I'm sure people will disagree with me on that, but I just don't. I don't think it matters. And I think in the long run, when you have this stuff with Ricky and you have so many questions about what is going on with Ricky, why is Ricky not on TV, I don't think it looks great that you're pulling him in a situation where he could be working and doing something because of something that he didn't even say. And if you're going to do that, to what Sean said on the other day that I agree with is that, hey, if you're going to do that and pull him, use him on your show. So you're going to do that and pull him from this show for something he didn't say, but then also not use him on your show? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the only part that's kind of confusing to me. So it's like, okay, you don't want him to be over there, but you also don't want him to be over here. So where do you want him to be at?
I don't think it looks great. And I think that, again, contradicts what this company came out the door saying it was going to be. You were a company that came out like, hey, we're here for workers. At one point he was saying, we want to give the wrestlers health care. We want to take care of the wrestlers. We want to do all this stuff. But then it's kind of like, oh, well, when something rubbed me the wrong way, oh, well, you can't do that, though. No, I don't
just
think
keep ending up Super Pro Wrestling to me. It's like, I think we all thought we were going to change and we're doing this different thing and generation and changing thing. But at the end of the day, no, it's all just pro wrestling. It's all petty. It's all the same stuff we've been living on for generations.
Yeah. So I get where Tony may be coming from and being upset. Hopefully some cooler heads prevail in this and they smooth this over with GCW. I don't think it's a great sign to potentially punish wrestlers for making appearances at that company just because something a wrestler over there said. I don't think they should be doing that. The Ricky stuff just continues to be bizarre to me. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, when you listen to him, he seems genuine. But also, it's just kind of like, again, this is wrestling. And wrestlers. And so
this is wrestling.
Wrestlers are out here to mislead you. So he might be saying all this stuff like, man, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm not
all
wrestling.
be a big cap because it is wrestlers and wrestlers have done this shit before.
Yeah. I mean, what do I say all the time? We don't know these people. We don't. And a lot of stuff we hear is a percentage of the actual truth. It's not the truth. Like we know like a bit of the story. We still don't know the whole story. So I don't know the whole story with this stuff with Ricky. I just know that how it looks. And like I said, coming out of last weekend, this guy's got motion again. He got buzz. He was trending. People were talking about the interview. People were talking about the GCW interview. And again, he's halted and being told to go back home. That looks crazy. And so he does have the House of Glory show coming up here in January. It's just the GCW shows. But again, it just looked crazy. Just think about this for a second. We're going to move on. AEW is booking Hammerstein. They've got like 3 shows. They got the Ring of Honor show.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem like Ricky was going to be on that Hammerstein show, any of these Hammerstein shows. So he then worked out a way to work this indie thing with Cardona and have like some real motion going. So he had a Hammerstein appearance coming up. And you're not going to book. It didn't look like you're booking him for your Hammerstein shows, but he had booking. And then you came in and was like, nope, you don't have that booking either. That looks crazy.
That's why I'm like, I don't know if it's just GCW. This feels kind of like there's some personal things in here.
That's why I said, look, man, at Hammerstein Ballroom or where Hammerstein later this year, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road comes on. When are you gonna come down? And he comes down. After he comes in with the scapegoat mask on, wouldn't be surprised, man.
I mean, but FP was talking crazy though.
It's wrestling.
It's totally wrestling.
It's wrestling. People are always talking crazy.
That's what wrestling's built off. But I mean, like, you got to take the consequences that come with them, I guess, you know, even if they suck.
If the consequences are just him being like, we're never going to book Effie at an AEW show, or we don't want nothing to do with Effie, sure. But now you're punishing your wrestlers that have nothing to do with that. They didn't get on a podcast and say anything about you. Effie did.
I mean, that's the issue that I have with all this is they're using Effie as the representation of GCW. Like Effie,
it's not like
GCW,
Brett said something.
Yeah, Brett didn't say this. Effie, one of the wrestlers that worked there, said this. So that is kind of an unfortunate thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, that in itself is kind of weird, but I don't know. I still am at the point where I think Ricky should be on TV, and that's not me having any inside information here. This isn't me trying to paint AEW as the big bad guys that are holding him down. It's just I think this guy is very entertaining. I think he's very talented, and he should be on TV. I don't like if at this point, like, if you don't want him there, man,
Let him go.
Let him go.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. Oh, I don't want him here, so he might go over there. He's gonna.
I mean, he's definitely going over there, but that's what you got to do.
He's gonna go over there anyway.
Yeah.
You prolonging it doesn't matter.
No.
So,
if you piece it up right now today, he's still going. It doesn't matter what you do.
yeah.
So
Again, very unpopular conversation. I'm ready to just move on from the whole thing. I'm ready for him to just get back to wrestling. I'm ready for this Lucha Bros stuff to be over with. This is the stuff that I hate the most about wrestling, and how we'll get sucked into business stuff that I don't care about, man. Just get back to the graps, man. It's the same thing I was saying during the Punk stuff. Like, listen, whatever. Let's get back to wrestling. I don't want to.
just get in the ring, you guys.
I don't care about none of that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky is a very funny guy, though. I watched a good amount of that Van Fleet interview, and I was just like, this guy is pretty funny, man.
It's charismatic.
When he brought up them potentially being upset with him about going to Royal Rumble and then going to WrestleMania, and he was just like, why does that matter though? And he pleaded his case, and I was like, he got a point. Like, just the way he said everything, I was like, oh, when you say it like that, yeah, he got a point. Because he was like, listen, y'all are mad at me for being over here and doing something out of kindness on my heart and going to see my friends wrestle. You got people on this show that still talk about people that don't work here no more, and you're mad at me for being over there just watching wrestling? I was like, you got a point.
Well then.
Got a point.
This whole situation is just fucking wrestle.
Yeah. This led to people thinking that we had a company-wide meeting of like, we're all in support of Ricky Stark as Fightful. No.
What is
No.
that?
No.
What is that thing? What is that? Stop adding me in that.
I tweeted this, but I'll say it the same way here, in a different way, and I will. You guys have watched this podcast, and I think you guys understand my mannerisms when I am annoyed by something. Not angered, just annoyed. It is insulting when you tell somebody that doesn't have Fightful on anything, on any of their accounts. If you go on my account right now, on Blue Sky or on Twitter, it says Grapsody. It doesn't say Phil Lindsey at Fightful. It doesn't say Philip represent Fightful in any way. None of these are me saying things on behalf of Fightful. This is just me saying what I think. Just like me sitting on this microphone is me just saying what I think. When you then try and make it seem like, oh, it's just you guys are all saying this in defense of Fightful, and it's you guys stand together as Fightful. No, it's not. And like I said, it's insulting when you make it seem like these two black guys don't have a mind of their own, and we have to wait until this white guy that pays our paycheck tells us what to say. I don't like it at all, and I wish you guys would stop doing that. And I try to be patient and just respond to you guys every time you do it and just be reasonable, but it's annoying. You guys need to understand that it's insulting.
It's so insulting, and the maddest that I've been all year is somebody doing that. Somebody being like, Fightful. No, dog. Righteous Reg talks for Righteous fucking Reg. Our show, Grapsody, is on the Fightful platform. Yes, but I'm not out here pitching Fightful propaganda or being the Fightful guy. No, this is just our platform that we use. So when I talk, I'm talking for myself. I don't talk for nobody else. I don't talk for Phil. I don't talk for Will. I don't talk for nobody. I talk for Righteous Reg. And when I'm talking, I'm fucking talking.
I've seen that as well, where we'll say something that's like, oh, well, I know your friend that works there told you. No, we didn't. Shut up.
Like, who the fuck do you guys think we are? Like, we're just puppets, dog? We're talking for ourselves.
You can't just shut up. It's cool. And, you know, I've seen people go, well, it's fair to ask a question. It is fair to ask a question. But you guys, again, have to understand what is under your question and how that may make us look and how that may make the two of us feel. That's all. That's all.
I've yelled at the top of my lungs for this, so you guys.
I'm not as angry about it as Reg is. I just think it's annoying. Because like I said, I don't think people are considering that it's annoying. And some people might consider that it is insulting. And again, they don't understand how that makes us look. It makes us look crazy.
Like SRS, that's the homie. He pays our paychecks.
Right.
But him being like our savior or the person that sends, no. It's not this. That's not
Grateful. Grateful. Really
Great.
like the guy. Just joked with the guy about something within the last 24 hours.
Amazing. I'm not his mouth. I don't talk for him.
But I don't speak for him, and we don't all sit in a group chat with him and, you know, decide that we all agree on something and then as a united front go out and say something. I saw someone say something in that regard to us when I said, oh, the response to this case stuff is weird. It's just like, but it is. It was weird.
Yeah. That's it. It's weird. And we didn't get in a group chat and be like, hey, we should all say this is weird. No, we just saw it on a fucking thing and said this
was
is weird.
I'm sorry. There are many things I've seen other people yelling at somebody from Fightful for, and I was like, oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me, but that's weird. And I didn't respond and say it was weird. So let this be the lesson in all of this of me telling you, stop being fucking weird.
Just cut it out. The story.
Stop being weird. Yeah.
Let's get into a few super chats and then we'll get into a couple more of our topics where we move forward. Tenruza says, Reg, the Long Beach New Japan show is looking good. You got to go. I might go. I think I'm going to be there. More than likely, I'll be there. Rafael Garcia says, I need Anthony Khan to do a few things. Jonathan Moxley versus Samoa Joseph. Chop down the geriatric tree. Put Ricky with the Syndicate to Sabis. I was trying to get your response on Ricky and the Syndicate. You into it?
I don't see it happening.
Me neither. Leonard Aarons III says TK is already losing the perception battle, and simply put, he has to draw the line somewhere. We keep acting like we don't know why Ricky's not on TV when we know why he's not, and we know what's next.
We don't know why he's not on TV though.
I
think people are making assumptions. We don't know. I think you can surmise why he might be on TV, but to say you don't know. Mm-hmm. We don't know.
Seems like there's been a lot that's happened, and I don't know any of that.
I could take a guess,
yeah.
And it might be a pretty good guess, but I still don't know for sure. I don't know anything for sure.
Behind them closed doors. Tenruza says, need Ricochet versus Robbie Eagles in New Japan or Hiromu.
Yeah, no, that would be fire. The Hiromu match, definitely.
That's going to be the real test in January when he goes against Zack Sabre Jr. Like, are you going to... What Ricochet are we getting?
Yeah.
Then Samuel Muscle says, people want to be divided so bad, it's sad as fuck.
This was my first week of seeing that some of that has made its way to Blue Sky. And I was just
sir.
Like, oh, boy. Still not nearly as bad as that other place.
No, but it's on its way.
I saw something. I saw some stuff this week where I was just like,
y'all like to live like this? I'm like, you gotta do something. That's all of our super chats. Appreciate y'all.
Find some time. Find some time to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We got a good amount of humper chats that I did not get into. I missed this one too. Okay. From Tony P says, speaking of the same match and the people's disappointment in it, people wanted the high spots, but that wasn't the story those two people told. It was a very good match. Told a basic story of Rick just getting overpowered and grounded with good hope spots. Yeah, that's why I'm like, the Ricochet match was fine. I just think
I don't want to see Ricochet in a fucking basic match. I'm sorry. It was a basic match. It shouldn't be. It's fucking Ricochet. He don't do basic, dude. No. And if he does, he enhances it, and he didn't enhance it.
Yeah. More from Tony P. He says, it happened with Claudio and Rick, but the complaint was that the match ending. Fans expected a big ending, but then got a non-big ending because the story called for it. Same with the Mox Bryan ending. People hated it, even though it was fine. Told a story. Yeah, I actually liked the Claudio Ricochet match a little bit more. It could have been because I was there to see it in person, but I enjoyed it.
No, see, people were saying that same thing to me because I just didn't like that Claudio ended it with that clothesline because I don't think his clothesline is that devastating. And they're like, well, they're building up to something. No, in this same match, they did some wild shit. So don't tell me that. I hate when people say it. In this same match, they did some spots that would in the match that would have worked. So I can't really get behind it.
The thing that I liked about it is that Claudio as a character has just been beating people with very simplistic stuff. It's kind of the same thing that they've been doing with Gunther, where Claudio's just like, no, I am just a better wrestler than you. So I will just beat you with a basic move. I don't have to do any of the rest of this stuff. I can do that, but I am better than you. I'm stronger and faster than you. I'm just going to beat you down. And so I thought all of that stuff was great. I thought Claudio has been incredible as part of this group. The matches he's been having. Now, I thought that match was great. So glad he's in the Continental Classic as well.
Yeah, he's one of those. It's not even a dark horse. Like, we know that he can rock, but like, you know that him against so many different type of opponents is going to be great. And not just specifically the clothesline, how he does it. Like, the difference with Gunther does his power bomb and his clothesline and his chop, he fucking throwing those things. Claudio throws a lot of moves, but when he does his clothesline, it's a hot tag clothesline. He's just like, and like the things it takes to put these people down, you have big spots. If you do your pop-up European uppercut, amazing spot. You do your springboard European uppercut, crazy. Those are basic moves. The Ricola bomb, basic things that you can do to do this. I just mean specifically that clothesline just didn't look good.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. I just think like the story
match is fire though.
And the match, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
See. Tony P says Queen and Jamie Hayter hit each other hard. It was my favorite match that right next to Darby Brody King. I know Willow is going to Wrestle Dynasty and still wish Queen was a part of it, but she shows out and raised her stock again, just waiting for Stardom side now. Now, that match was incredible. That was definitely one of my favorite matches from Wednesday night.
Oh, you were there.
Queen Aminata, man, every time we get to see her, and I've seen her wrestle in person a few times, and every time I come away impressed like this. She's so good. They've got to figure out something for her, man. She's just too good. Like, and I hate doing it. Well, she's got to stop losing. It does feel like she's good enough and she's shown off enough now where it's like, nah, you know you got something in her, man. You got to give her something better than just going out there and putting somebody else over.
Yeah, she's had so many of these great moments where she shined, but she hasn't got the victory, and that's going to start to become more apparent as she keeps having these great showings. This match, we've been waiting for Jamie Hayter to have one of those ones. They've been putting her in some. They like the Penelope match. There's a couple of good things that she did, but then for a while she was just in backstage segments and not really in front of in the crowd shining. This match right here shows why Jamie Hayter has the fanfare that she has. She was aggressive. She was confident. She was throwing crazy strikes and just feeling like she's on top of the world. Aminata was trying to take her head off at so many different points. She was fight. That's the best thing about Aminata is like, even though she loses her performances, she always looks like she's trying to win. She always looks like she's trying to destroy her opponent, like she's trying to get the victory. She doesn't, but I think that's enough to push her, and that's why we continue to get behind Queen Aminata. This match is incredible. It's a great showing for what this tournament and what it represents. I thought this match was really great.
Yeah, I think if you want to show anybody a Queen Aminata match and they don't really understand Queen Aminata, like just that spot of her hitting that knee, going out, and then she turns to the camera and gives that look. That is just her in her essence, just like hard-hitting wrestler, but also like uber confident of like, nah, I'm that one. Like, stop playing with me.
One of them ones. Looks like a queen. You could put your division behind her. That's why it is kind of why she needs more victories, because I think she's in a good place, but you don't want to have her people start to get that idea that that's all she is somebody here to put people over.
Yeah. So I think they've just got to figure out what is the move with her, even if it's just like some kind of feud or storyline where even if it's her losing, it's going somewhere. Like just fans just need to know that there's a direction for her. That's all. And I think fans want that with a good amount of wrestlers. Yes, you got a lot more. Well, we got a lot of Humperjet stuff. But yeah, before the other stuff Wednesday night, got to kick off with the Continental Classic. Welcome return. Last year, especially, coming out of Full Gear, and people were very much down on some of the sports entertainment aspects of that finish, the ending of the night. And the Continental Classic brought a lot of people back because it was straightforward wrestling. One of the highlights, I thought, of 2023. So I'm very much glad that it's back. Kicked off in the greatest town ever to have wrestling. Great crowd. I saw some people trying to get on our crowd. I was like, listen, man, we're different here. You come here, you got to be ready, man. This is a pro wrestling crowd. Sorry. People were like, oh, they just want to get the chance over. They're not here for wrestling. I've been to a lot of shows here. That's not true.
No, not at all.
It's not true.
Chicago is one of those crowds that you got to impress them. Like, if you're not coming with some heat, they'll let you know. They're one of those. They're hardcore wrestling town, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, started straight away out of the blue block. Shelton Benjamin versus Mark Briscoe. Talked already about Hurt Syndicate starting the show and how cool that was to see them start the show that way, and then lead straight into the match with Mark Briscoe. This match, man. Whew. Shelton Benjamin is, man, on a run, bro. Seeing him get like this kind of run at this point in his career, and he still looks incredible. He's bigger than he was before. He's like throwing people around, slinging people around, but still also hitting the big crisp super kicks and these big knee strikes and everything. Man, he looks fantastic, man.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, Phil, since we've seen Shelton here, he's wrestled so many different opponents, different styles, different sizes, but he has chemistry with every single one of them. Like, he gets in there and it just feels like, oh, they've had a match or they've worked out. There's something before. Like, he doesn't feel like lost in any moment. He's a veteran. He's leading these guys into good positions and spots and matches and all this stuff. And this was another one on display. They've had some tag team matches before they talked about in Ring of Honor. This is the first time Shelton and Mark ever went one-on-one, and it was just as great as you would expect. Hard hitting. Mark's trying to chop this guy down, but Shelton is just like, it's going to take a fucking Mack truck to get through me. Like, you're going to need everything. Shelton is huge, like you said, bigger than he used to be. He's angry. His thrust kick that he does that turns people inside out is incredible. Yeah, I knew that Shelton was going to come and cook in AEW, but like, it's even beyond what I thought. Like, he's just like, it's locked in. It's like he didn't have to adjust to this style.
Yeah. He's been great, man. It
So
just feels like they were wasting him, man. They were wasting him. He's just fantastic. And so love seeing him here. Love seeing him get these kind of matches. When I saw he's in the blue league straight away, and and Okada's also in the Blue League. I was like, yes. If you know the history of this, he has wrestled over in Japan. That was one of those matches that he did not get to the Okada match, and to see that here in a Continental Classic, very much excited for that.
Yep.
Looking forward to that match wherever that happens. We got a gold block. I want to keep saying the block because G block. The G1 is like burned blocking in my head. Gold League. Claudio took on Ricochet. We alluded to this match earlier. I really enjoyed this match. It's probably because I was there in person. Really enjoying what Claudio is doing as a wrestler now, and it's Ricochet. Regardless of what you want to say about this guy, one of the greatest high flyers we've ever seen.
Yeah.
The amount of athletic stuff we've seen this guy do is just like, when he does the hand spot, he stands on his shoulders in this match. I was like, it's like, you know, he can do things like that, but it's still every now and then it's like, yo, what?
The crazy part about it is it's so effortless. Like, he's just like, all right, let's do this, and they just do it like a little click thing, and they're like into something else, and it's like, that's the most mind-blowing shit I've ever seen in my whole life, and you're just connecting it to another thing. It also shows how incredible of a base Claudio is. Claudio can, the way that he's in positions, and he'll catch a full 200-pound man in midair and turn him into a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker is like, you're not supposed to be catching humans like this, dog. And he's also effortless. He's just like, oh, gotcha. All right, slammed you. Oh, got you here again. Yep, you're out of here. It's like he does this stuff so effortlessly. And he looks like he's having a great time. Never breaks a fucking sweat in the match, and it's just kills people. It's insane. I don't even know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen him sweat.
Yeah, I enjoyed this match. Like I said, Claudio picked up the win. Matter of factly, just beat Ricochet with a lariat.
It's over.
But did not note, Shelton Benjamin won his match early in the night against Mark Briscoe. So both of these guys have 3 points respectively in their leagues. Ended the night with a very Darby Allin match.
So Darby Allin.
The Darby Allin match has become a spectacle, and this was one of those things during his time as TNT champion where he proved he can main event. Before I get into that, during this Claudio match, the Chicago crowd being the Chicago crowd, once you get us going, people got them going. We got 2 bald guys wrestling, and so at some point somebody started the bald versus bald chant, and once that got over and the crowd took it on, then it turned into all of these variations of the bald chants. All of this was very funny to me. Very fun night of wrestling. I could see people at home being like, this is distracting, but you got to be here, man. The live crowd experience in Chicago is just different. Being a part of that crowd and it's happening, totally different. Because I think people read it as, oh, they're trying to hijack the show. I don't read it that way at all. It's them enjoying the show. It's a very indie wrestling crowd. And so I think if you know what it is, like, you get it. But no, we got a lot of legendary chants. Ball forever. Oh, these guys are bald. Oh, these guys are bald.
See, that's what the difference is. Like, we've had moments like this where the crowd's hijacked. They got beach balls. They're chanting for wrestlers that aren't even working here and shit. The difference in this match is the bald chants were about the 2 bald wrestlers in the ring. They were still engaged in what these 2 guys are doing. They're not bored just trying to find something to do. No, they're engaged in this match.
Yeah. Very fun crowd experience going through this. Amazing. I mean, we've got so many chants like that from these kind of things. Like, that's where the meat chant came from. All Out last year. The way the crowd took over the Acclaimed match, also Chicago. Right. That was part of what made that match so fun, so electric. So watching this and getting those ball chants, Ricochet playing into it at one point, wiping his head and doing a dive. Hilarious stuff. Very fun. I think that's probably why I enjoyed this match more than most, because that live crowd experience was just so fun to be a part of.
That makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, main event. Darby has done this a few times as TNT champion. He's proven that his style of match can be a main event. It is a spectacle because it's so different from anything else on the card. And so, man, this was great. Darby, Darby is incredible, man. And the fact that Darby can get so much out of these kind of matches where he's getting tossed around and beat up and you still believe in this guy and you want to root for him the entire time, it's special, man. It's not easy to do that where you're taking a beating this entire time and people don't look at it like, why are we rooting for this guy? This guy's a loser. The fact that he still can come out afterwards and look cool, it just says something about how special this guy is.
Yeah, Darby might be the king of the TV match, dude. He just like the energy around his match, you can't replicate it. The thing, he'll just do one thing that blows your mind and you're like, why are you doing this? But like Phil said, you want this guy to win. So you keep coming back for it. You keep wanting to see him against Brody King. You keep wanting to see him in these situations where he's probably going to get killed. And you're like, well, one day he's not going to. And that's what continues to bring people back to Darby Allin. This match of him using his body, he knows the things that Brody King has done to him and what he's capable of doing, but he still balls to the wall. He's doing coffin drops to the floor. He's flinging his body all around. The way that they started this match was insane. Brody catches his leg, flips him all the way over onto his back. I'm like, these guys are dangerous. At one point, Brody took out the audio on the commentary desk trying to do a cannonball, so they came back from break. There's no audio. I'm like, there's so much going on. The finish to this, the Gonzo bomb, the pile driver, insane, disgusting way to work. Brody King looked like a fucking monster. He looked like he's going to win this tournament. I thought this was a really awesome way to end the match. More Darby Allin main events, honestly.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the first place that I remember Darby and Brody King wrestling, that was at AEW, which is a Chicago promotion. So having that here, main eventing, made a lot of sense. But that's, again, why I say all the time, the great thing about AEW is how much it embraces pro wrestling as a whole and just like all of the wrestling that's around it.
You just said they don't do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's kind of like,
that's why
like having this idea that this is what this company is, and then you also have them going, oh, but you can't go over there and wrestle. It's just kind of a downer. Like, even if you feel like you're justified, it's just a downer that's where we are.
Yeah, even regardless of how either sides feel, GCW is the biggest independent wrestling promotion. They shouldn't be blocked out or blocked from anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it felt like as a wrestling fan, and not knowing any behind the scenes shit. That part just sucks.
Yes.
And like, are you guys gonna not look at people in GCW to come into your, like? There's just too much like that I don't like.
But yeah, we've got 3 more Continental Classic matches to round out week 1, which I also saw because they taped Collision right after Dynamite. So you guys are also going to see Will Ospreay taking on Juice Robinson, Kyle Fletcher taking on Beast Mortos. That one's very good, guys. If you don't watch any of the other ones, very good match.
Lucha, baby.
We also got Kazuchika Okada taking on Daniel Garcia, a champion versus champion match. Also a pretty good match. Yeah, but we now have a lot of the outcomes from those. It's starting at 3:00. Like I said, Sheldon is currently in the lead in the Blue League with 3 points. Claudio Castagnoli also has 3 points. Brody King is tied with him with 3 points as well after his match against Darby Allin. We have some of those other outcomes, but won't get into those. Don't want to spoil you guys. But definitely check out those Collision matches. Those are, like I said, especially the Kyle Mortos match. Very fun match.
I'm going to watch that later.
The other Dynamite stuff, like I said, we got the Mina and Mariah segment, got the announcement that that's coming. Jamie Hayter, Queen Amina was good. Mercedes Moné comes out at one point off the backs of her win at AEW Full Gear, one of her best matches this year, without Camille by her side. She has her usual celebration after she wins, and it looked like she was going to fire Camille. And Camille snatched the mic and said, "You can't fire me because I quit." She gives her the Remy Ma line of, "What is you stupid? Is you dumb?" And I saw people that didn't get it. It could have been the way she said it. She didn't put as much energy on it as Remy Ma did. But I saw some people that are like, "What is this?" I was like, "Yeah, it's a hip hop reference, guys."
It's culture. Of course you don't know.
It's become like a meme as well. It's been all over the place. So, but I saw people using this word again, buried. Or your word, fumbled. No, I don't think that that's what this is. I think that they built a storyline around this. Camille came out of it at the end, getting the better of it by quitting. She didn't get beat up. She didn't get fired. She didn't get thrown out. She was just like, no, I deserve better than this. I quit. That's not a burial. It's not a burial.
I'm not understanding the whole time. Like, what are you guys talking about? Oh, they lost it. They're not going to get Camille back. Where did you guys think Camille existed on the totem pole of life? You thought that she was going to go over Mercedes and win the championship? You were drunk. Like, I don't know where, like, what do you guys expected to happen out of this? We knew that Mercedes was going to use her. That was the bit off rip, and then let her go when she was gone. Like, I don't know why people are like, they buried Camille. No, they didn't.
No. Yeah. We got to see how they follow up on this.
Yes.
Before people jump to conclusions. I don't think this is leading to this big blow-off match with her and Mercedes.
No.
I don't really read it that way.
No.
But when you look at where Camille was before she came over, she's always going to have to reestablish herself in a way to get back on TV. I just think that they can get there. Do I think that they took the scenic route and they shouldn't have done certain things with this? Yeah, but I think people have also over-exaggerated quite a bit.
Totally.
It is what it is. I do think that this is leading to her teaming with the Renegades, though. And I felt like that has been what Mercedes wants from the beginning. I could be misreading it, but she's mentioned them multiple times. She's been in pictures with them.
Yep.
They seem to really want to work with her. I think that's where this is leading. Her reaction at the end of the segment, hilarious.
I cried when she's like, "What?"
Loved it. I don't think this is as bad as people made it out to be.
No, it was fine. I think we all knew this was going to happen. They gave Camille some shine, quitting and not being fired. Like, I was like, that felt fine.
I felt like people were acting like, oh, she's just making her look so bad. Like, she is a bodyguard. She's I guess because you have so many other bodyguards right now in wrestling that, like, when you look at what Marina's doing on this same show, choking out Jay White, and she gets to look cool and all this stuff. Like, everybody's not going to get the China.
That's fucking rare, though. That's more rare than the fucking bumbling idiot helper dude,
We've seen it so many times. So that's why I'm like, even when you put the Renegade twins with her, they're just going to be her stooges. Like,
same shit, yeah.
Like, they're going to be running around. But, and not to say stooge in a way where this could not end up giving them some shine and it might not work. It will, but I just don't know what people expected out of Camille.
But still, like, you guys have to remember, it's about Mercedes, though. No matter who's about there, no matter who back there, it's still about Mercedes. You can make all the names you want. I want all these people to be back there. They're still back there for Mercedes.
Yeah, this is her act. She's the boss. She's the CEO. She's been telling you the whole time. It's fine. I don't think that I don't understand why. When I was watching it in the arena, I was like, okay, that's the thing that happened. But people were like, oh, it's just horrible. She's ruined. I guess.
She's doing it again. Mercedes. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Got more super chats or?
We got a couple more super chats. Steph the Rider says, get Aminata in the Hurt Syndicate.
Maybe.
If they're looking for some women's representation, Aminata is there. I think the way that she works and how she presents herself, she does fit, but I don't know what they're doing. Will Chisholm says, happy that Lash Legend has been doing good in 2024. She's been shining.
Yeah, I expected Big Charlotte to pop up, but we got Lash Legend instead. I do like that they've done that with this tournament. They've been giving some of the wrestlers that are not on TV as much their shine. And I mean, that's what you should be doing with a mid-card title and a tournament for a mid-card title. So the fact that we've gotten to see B-Fab debut Lash, I think that that's good. It sure seems like this is either Meechin or Chelsea Green's belt to win at this point, which I think is good because that's going to elevate one of them.
Both of them deserve a moment like this.
Yeah.
And then, hey, what's over there says, you guys think AEW would do Darby in the House of Black versus Mox and the Death Riders?
could see a big multi-man match one week on TV. Makes sense.
I can see it. I don't know if Darby will join officially, but he could definitely be on their squad.
Yeah.
That's it for Super Chats. Thank you, everybody, for submitting. Y'all are great. Y'all are dope.
From Tony P says on the WWE side, it's clear they're waiting for Raw to go to Netflix because things have been not the best. This Monday's highlights was only Nia and Bianca match for me. I'm more excited to see how the men's and women's stories on SmackDown run. Yeah, I think in terms of like the story stuff, SmackDown has been a better show. I like that Raw has breezed by, but so it just feels like there's something missing sometimes on Raw. I think the women's division stuff has been lacking. The tag division stuff has absolutely been lacking. But yeah, this new IC title could be good for the women, hopefully. The amount of women over there that could benefit from that title, and just like we explained with, some of the women are not on TV using them in this tournament. I think that could be good. Straight away, I think Dakota should win it. But I also see they're not done with this Liv and Rhea stuff. And as incredible as EO has been, EO also makes a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah, it feels like Raw is in some kind of low waiting period because it doesn't feel as urgent. Like I watched SmackDown last night. It feels a lot more urgency. Yeah. Like the build up between the two brands to the pay-per-view, I feel like night and day. Like SmackDown's like, we're doing this, we're getting into it, all this is, and Raw's like, we're gonna be there too, you guys.
Yeah. Who are gonna be? I just thought about something else from Wednesday night of right afterwards. If you've gone to any AEW show, Tony comes out at the end and he hypes up the crowd, or he comes up at the beginning, and so Justin Roberts is like wrapping up the show before it's going off, and he's like, yeah, we're setting up the ring. We're going to get you some collision matches and more of the Continental Classic. And I know where you hear, yeah, we're already about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't breathe while I was laughing so hard. He's like, you got to wait for some more matches?
Tony be hella
Tony,
excited,
man. He's like, it's Thanksgiving weekend. Everybody's having a good time. Is anybody going out tonight?
Oh, shout out to TK. Shout out to Will Washington.
That is a direct quote. I am not just doing an impersonation. He did absolutely say that. Is anybody going out tonight? That is something he said, and I died laughing.
Is anybody going out tonight? Is hella funny. Is anybody going out tonight?
Is anybody going out tonight? I know Chicago likes to do that.
Did you go out?
I did not. I went home.
Okay.
I saw my friend afterwards, but we hung out and talked for a little bit. Then I went home.
He's like, all right, see y'all later.
Tony P says, as for the new IC title, they have a lot of women on Raw to make good stories, and I hope that the new IC title doesn't face a lack of care like Raw's women's world title has. Other than Goat Priest, nothing matters. Hell, they're not sure what they're doing with Braun. Yeah. But they do have a lot of options for his IC title. Like I said, EO makes sense. I want to see Dakota Kai win it personally. Lyra Valkyria also makes a lot of sense. They've been very much behind her since she's come to the main roster. They just showed a vignette for her like 2 weeks ago, which tells me that she's gonna be a big fixture in the tournament, and she was pretty big in the Queen of the Ring tournament. So I can see her
options over there on Raw for the IC championship. It feels like it'll feel like the feel good belt,
Yes. Funny enough, as soon as I saw it and I was thinking about all of the women that could win it, I was like, Natalya. Hart Family, Intercontinental Championship. Open Challenge, what she was doing with Open Challenges before, going to NXT, giving Charlotte one of her best matches before she became Charlotte.
And you want to talk about a feel-good moment. Natty. That's it. Yeah.
Natalya makes a lot of sense. I don't know if I would say the first one, but before she wraps this thing up, she's got to get around with that belt.
Yeah, definitely. Knowing that Brett and Owen both carried it, like,
Yeah. Which I did an article, so I kind of had time to think about all of these things. So I had, when I picked all of my women, I was like, Natalia makes all the sense in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Raquel was another person I put on there. Ties to Diesel Intercontinental Champion. But yeah, Dakota is my pick. Alba Fire is another one where I'm like, this woman is incredibly underrated. I don't know why they're not using her more. Hopefully she has a run in the tournament. Shayna.
I was gonna say, what the hell happened to Shayna Baszler? Where's she at?
Yeah. See from Orion Ben, he says, happy Family Day weekend, Grapsody. Also the final weekend to celebrate the new day as we know it, because as a black man, that convo on Monday means someone needed to get laid out, but WWE wouldn't know that without K-Dot in the writer's room. I'm just saying. Well, no, this is the thing, and this is how I read it, because again, if you have really good friends, you've gotten into a really serious fight with a really good friend once.
Facts,
and sometimes, you got to have that moment. And, sometimes I've seen a really good friend get into a fist fight with another friend, and it was cool after that. You just had to get it out. So
we mostly just laughed about it the next day, so it's not as bad. Like, remember y'all was fighting? Y'all some dumbass niggas. Like, it works out, but it gets to that point. So you have some drinks in there, you get some smell like I've seen
few
here they go again.
Back.
But it's a cold game. But yeah, afterwards you just shake up and that's it. You're good.
Yeah. Got more from Tony P. He says, now my view on AEW GCW thing, that relationship was always been weird. There's a lot to blame go around, but the one being hurt is Ricky. Personally, if I was TK, I would make Starks challenge Jericho and the new face of Ring of Honor if a deal is real close. You really want to put Ricky back with Jericho after the way that went last time? No.
Yeah, probably not.
He continues, use him or just release him, but I hope he gets used in a good way. This helps no one. So before I go, a couple of quick end notes. Why TNA? Why? Just why? I still think Mina should beat Mariah and KO should beat Cody. Okay, fantasy booking done. Bye. Yeah, we got official announcement for the Cody Rhodes KO match that will be happening.
Not tonight.
That will be happening at Saturday main event in a few weeks. You need a big match for the return of that. I don't really understand not using your main champion on your last pay-per-view of the year, but decisions.
A big tentpole show, Survivor Series, what it represents, and Cody's not going to be defending his championship. All right, I guess I understand. You want to make the push for NBC, but the point of you having this big roster that everybody on your company keeps saying is the best roster of all time is like you could just do another big match then. Like, I don't get it. Like, you don't have to save this.
Yeah.
But you do want to have Cody on there, so I get it.
Yeah. From D-Lo Diggs, he says, man, Cube album is still fire. Also, Joe Budden went off from wrestling being crazy. Bears doing Bears things. Bunch of stuff was wild this Thanksgiving week. Yeah, I haven't heard any of this, Cube. There's a lot of music. I just seen the Redman single. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah, I did see that. I didn't know Ice Cube put out an album.
Yeah.
Probably not gonna bump. I fucks with Ice Cube, but I'm not trying to hear no 2024 Ice Cube raps. But how he be talking. I fucks a Cube heavy. Go Friday, but I'm not trying to pull up that new Ice Cube. I'm sorry.
Try to have a good day.
Not Can't believe I fell for that one. You're not trying to have a good day is so dumb. Oh shit.
See from Wanga, hi Grapsody fellas. Glad they moved the AEW show in Brisbane to an indoor place. With Queensland being Australia's Florida. Yo, all right. Wow. No one wants to sit outside in the summer sun up here. Yeah, I feel you. I don't know much about Australia, so I'll take your word for it.
That's a fact. It being Florida, Australia's Florida, that says enough, though. That's a great descriptor.
That's hilarious. From Daryl Fenderson, he says, I've been doing radio for 30 plus years and had my Turkey Day Eve spectacular this week with songs about food, giving thanks and stuff like that. Let me say, TBR fits the holiday theme impeccably. Happy holiday, mustard.
Thank you. That's 30 years that's a long time, brother.
Man, it's a long time of doing radio, man.
Man, shouts.
Yeah, that is all of our Humper Chats. I don't know if that's all of our Super Chats.
That is all of our Super Chats.
Before we get out of here, we do have a pay-per-view tonight.
It's tonight.
I will be back doing the post-show with Ricochet and I believe Iridian. I think Cresta? I think Cresta will be available. But essentially, the team for Collision, because I'm assuming there will be no Collision post-show.
Yes.
So your Saturday team will give you a post-show for something. But yeah, quickly, we can get into this 5-match card. Not much to talk about.
Oh, yeah, that shouldn't take long.
For Survivor Series War Games, coming to you from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Rogers Arena.
Canada always got hot crowds, so the crowd's going to be great tonight.
Which is another reason why Kevin Owens, Canada. I don't know why you didn't do this.
What, dude? I forgot it's in Canada. You didn't put Kevin Owens on this.
But
what?
Yeah, and I think that would have made all this more sense for Kevin Owens to pick up the win in Canada, man.
Come on, that would have been so fucking amazing, Phil. That would have been one of the greatest moments ever. But I mean, Sam Zayn's gonna get that pop, but
yeah,
come on.
So yeah, we got some undercard matches that were announced within a week, because I was wondering what's on this, what was on this card, because we've got one World Championship match, but we got Braun Breaker versus Sheamus versus Ludwig Kaiser for the Intercontinental Championship. I think that's going to be very good. Right now, that's my pick for possible match of the night. I know that one's going to be a lot of fun. I'm assuming Braun's going to come out of this still on top, but very curious to see how Kaiser comes out in a big pay-per-view setting. He's been one of those guys that feels like he's on the cusp of something for a while, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. Sheamus is legit my most underrated WWE wrestler. In matches like this, and when he just needs to beat some ass, there's not a lot of people better than Sheamus, and he's coming to beat some ass, so this is going to be a good match.
Yeah. Got the return of Shinsuke Nakamura. He is now doing his spooky emo thing now. That the new version of his theme song that they played last night was kind of fire though. Just with the presentation and everything, they had the blood moon behind them, and I didn't even recognize it at first when it pulled out. It looks like the rising sun, like the Japanese flag. Really cool.
It's like the samurai gear on. Like, he's trying to kill niggas. I like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it so far. I thought him ducking got away like ever so slightly when LA Knight tried to jump him, and then spitting some mist in his face as he did it. It was so effortless. I didn't even see he did it at first. I was like, oh wait, when did he do that? It was really smooth, man. Nakamura, man, he's just one of those guys, man. Just cool wrestler.
I love that he had the Keijimoto, one of his retirement matches, and he's now adopted the Mist. It's such a perfect thing.
Yeah, he's got a Noah match coming up next year. Well, really next month, because December is over. It's 11.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it. Last call. But yeah, I don't expect LA Knight to drop the belt here.
No, I wouldn't expect it. Do you think Shinsuke will ever hold a championship for the rest of his career at this point?
I could see him being either U.S. champion or Intercontinental champion again. Maybe a tag run with somebody. I could see it.
Not right now. No, it's LA Knight though is keeping that championship.
I think LA Knight is winning. This just feels like a filler feud to get us in the WrestleMania season.
Right.
But then we got the War Game matches. Team Rhea Ripley will be taking on Team Liv and Nia. Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Naomi, Io Sky, and Bayley will be taking on Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Nia Jax, Tiffany Stratton, and Candice LeRae.
I was laughing thinking about Nia's line last night to Bayley. She's like, "You would not know about having friends, you idiot." The way that she said it was so funny.
Hilarious that she was trying to do her version of Bayley. Very funny. I don't know.
I love Nia.
It feels like every time Nia sees Bailey on TV, she's just like, "I'm gonna get you." Like her whole BBL Bailey line, like she's like, "I'm gonna find a way to try to get you to break." But yeah, this should be a fun match. I expect the baby faces to win here.
Yeah.
Which the baby faces have won every year. I kind of think the heels need to win one of these things. But we shall see. The
No
WWE,
cash in, you think?
I don't think so.
I mean, this is a good moment, right? Everybody could be beating Nia's ass some way. They got the cage, they got plunder. It could work.
Could see it happening, but I don't think it's gonna happen tonight. I would be fine. You got both champions here. She has a chance to do it.
Right? It's a good environment to do it. But then there's also a lot of people to stop her, so I also understand that.
Yeah. But should be an interesting match. We got some more stuff coming out of this with the whodunit with Jade. Bianca quickly moved on faster than I thought. It was just like, I have this advantage match, and she beat Nia to get the advantage for the baby faces, and Bailey helped her win. And then afterwards, they kind of nod like, "Hey, wait a minute, you might be all right." And I was like, "Okay, we're moving on."
There you go.
But yeah, I do think that the baby faces are gonna win here.
Mm-hmm.
We've got for the World Heavyweight Championship, Gunther taking on Damian Priest. Damian Priest has gotten the better out of Gunther out of all of this, coming out of his loss against Cody Rhodes in the big Saudi match. Gunther's going to win here, but I'm curious how they're going to get here because they've done a lot to make it look like Gunther can lose, but I don't think he's going to.
Like they've been telling the story of like Priest has a chance. He's a former world champion, but it's like, no, you don't.
Priest is going to lose. I'm just curious how they're going to do it. I don't think it's going to be clean. I think that they're going to try and make Damian Priest look good coming out of this.
Gunther coming out champion. What do you think he does at Royal Rumble?
Well, let's get into that because we got a segment last night. They did the cinematic style thing with Roman Reigns, and he's waiting at the table with Paul Heyman, and they're waiting for one CM Punk because yes, hell has frozen over. CM Punk is not only back with WWE, he is teaming up with Roman Reigns in a War Games match, and Paul Heyman is there, dead set in the middle.
Unreal.
These cinematic things, they look great. Very much WWE style of overproducing things. I think the actual exchange itself was good. Some of the music choices and the cuts and stuff, not really for me. But the specifics of what we got out of this were very interesting because we did get the confirmation that these two guys do not like each other.
Yes.
And Punk lays it out like, I'm just teaming up with you at this one time as a favor to him, but if we win this thing and we come out of this, he owes me a favor. And Roman is looking around like, I owe you a favor. And he's like, no. He owes me a favor. He knows what that is, and he just gets up and walks away. Mm-hmm. And afterwards, Roman goes, what's the favor? And he goes, we'll talk about it later. I think that Punk has been talking ever since the Damian Priest feud about wanting to be champion again, wanting to get his hands on some championship gold. I think that the favor is going to be Heyman sides with him and gets in
his quest to become the world champion.
He's going to get in. He's going to negotiate on his behalf with Adam Pearce, who also, if you remember, has ties to Bloodline because he would not stand up to these
for a long time.
Would not stand up to these guys at all. So I think as a favor to Punk, Paul Heyman is going to negotiate a title match with Adam Pearce, and that's how he's going to get his match with Gunther, which by exchange is going to piss off Seth Rollins because it's going to look like Punk cut the line and made a deal with the devil to get a title match for his belt, the belt that he established as a workhorse belt, where you don't do that. You don't go and use your power to get these things. You have to actually do the work.
And Punk's going to become world champion.
I do think that's where he's going. Either he's going to be world champion or this is setting up the match for WrestleMania. This is, again, now, this also leads into why Rollins would hate this guy even more, because not only has he been saying, I want to be champion, he's been saying, I want a main event WrestleMania. So him negotiating this match with Adam Pearce to get him that spot on WrestleMania and him not having to actually win it at Royal Rumble would piss Seth Rollins all the way off. So I think that's where this is going.
I can see it.
Which
and then
in
they get back to Punk and Rollins when Punk's world champion.
Yes. Which, if we want to get into my agenda again and be saying that if Rock is not available, all of these things happening and Rollins telling you, hey, I don't want to team with you. I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't want to stand next to you. And you help this guy get a world title match for my belt. Hey, fuck you.
Fuck it. Yep.
I hate you. And so, and I saw Roman this week in an interview say, hey, whenever I'm in chair length to that guy, I'm going to take a chance to smash him with a chair. Hey, man, stop ducking him and get in a ring then. I see him. He talks trash every time. Won't face him in a one-on-one match. Give him a match then.
Listen, Phil, I saw the numbers for Moana 2. Dwayne not about to be at no WrestleMania. Them numbers are massive. I'm gonna see y'all. I saw them numbers. I was like, oh no, they'll be lucky if the homie pulls up. Them numbers are crazy.
I don't know, but yeah, and to my point about the whole cinematic thing, that segment already 1 million views.
Yeah,
I mean it's Punk and Roman,
right?
But that gets us to our last match on the card. Because CM Punk will be teaming with Roman Reigns, the Usos, and Sami Zayn against the New Bloodline, Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, and Bronson Reed in a War Games match. Of course, Jacob Fatu won this match last night, so the New Bloodline has the advantage in this match. I don't see a world where the OG Bloodline loses this match. I just don't see it.
Punk and Roman on the same team. No way.
No. I just don't see it happening. With everything around this, you've been building to this reunion of those four guys all this time, and then you add Punk to the mix. I just don't see them losing.
I can't.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. But
and it's like for what the New Bloodline represents, them winning doesn't enhance the story anyways.
I'm curious how long Punk is going to be actually in this match, because I feel like he's going to be the last one in the match.
Yeah, I figured he'd be the fifth guy.
And he's going to be just kind of like coasting to the end of the match. I don't see him being in this match very long.
I watched, they had one of those WWE Play Black videos where everybody's watching the old thing, and it was the Judgment Day and Sami Zayn watching last year's Survivor Series, and Damian Priest is like, oh, how did you feel about seeing CM Punk out there? And Sami Zayn's like,
I saw that.
You saw it? He's like, we kind of had beef, so I didn't really like it.
I saw it. He was just like, well, listen, the fans enjoyed it, and that's what's best, right?
His wording in that, I was this guy did not like that.
He said, but we've talked it out. Punk. This guy, man.
He's hilarious, dude. But I'm in on your theory, though. I kind of like at the end of all this tonight, Rollins comes out just like Punk did last year and just like stares at everybody.
There, stares everybody down like, this is what y'all on?
This is what y'all doing? Y'all wanted me to be on y'all team and this is what y'all doing? Yeah, I like that.
But again, this makes him look like he's right, because him getting on this team and making a deal with Paul Heyman to get what he wants. And I do think it's going to be the title match.
Yes.
This is everything of why he was saying, I am not teaming with those guys. I'm not helping those guys because, again, they just walk around here and act like they can do whatever you want. And you come back here and you act like you've changed. This is my home and all this stuff. And then you go over there, get right in league with those guys and politic your way into a title match.
Mm-hmm. All the shit you used to talk against.
Yeah. So I do think that's where this ending. OG Bloodline is probably picking up the win here.
Yeah.
Paul Heyman is going to owe this guy a favor heading into WrestleMania season. And then we're going to have a question of, are we going to see The Rock? Are we going to see Roman in a Royal Rumble match? What does this mean for Cody Rhodes? Who is his opponent going to be at all of this? A lot of questions.
They can back the classic Royal Rumble. I was like, who would throw out Roman? But, Rollins could throw him out. That's how you set up the match.
Boy, don't let Rollins throw him out there. Don't let it happen, buddy. Yeah. The last week of me coming on here and saying the agenda, buddy, I will be fully engaged. I'll be like, look, Rock, love you, buddy. Had a blast this year. Look, man, I seen you got the extra tattoos for your Moana live action joint. It's cool, man. I heard they got the Lilo and Stitch joint coming out. You got a lot of promotion to do,
paper,
man.
dog. Yeah,
it's cool,
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Okay. Rollins versus Roman is the way to go, man. If he throws him out at Rumble, dog, like you can't. You got to do the match.
That's the match. That's how you tell the story there.
You can't.
Because nobody else could throw Roman out. That would make sense, Besides Paul.
There's a few people that would make sense. Yeah. Very curious, though, to see how this ends up. The idea of Roman in a Rumble is very interesting. The timing of this, he won his Rumble 10 years ago, which we talked about.
The one where The Rock held his hand up.
Yeah, so we could possibly see The Rock. We could possibly not see The Rock. I don't know.
I remember that Royal Rumble. The Bryan Danielson one. People were mad. Rey Mysterio ended up coming out. People were so mad that
people booing Rey Mysterio, one of the most beloved luchadors, one of the most beloved baby faces ever. Booing this man. Like, that just tells you, dog, you guys made a mistake.
Big mistake. I'm like, we all love Rey Mysterio. Everybody here that's booing Rey Mysterio loves him. That's how much of a mistake you guys made.
Yeah. But that's all of our Survivor Series card. I don't know if we have any more Humper Chats. I'm going to double check.
No supers. The show starts soon too, huh? It's starting to. It's an early start time this today.
Is it? We do have one last Humper Chat. It's from Javier from Texas. He says, my new favorite bit is when Reg is left alone on the stream and he gets scared. I feel like he spends the show praying that Phil doesn't have internet issues or Denise doesn't get up and get a chalupa.
Denise will just be like, hey, give a shout out to everybody. And then she just leaves. I'm like, where you going? And to get a chalupa. That's not a racist thing. She actually got up to get a chalupa, you guys.
Dong. Remember when the Taco Bell commercial used to just end with that bell? Like, dong.
Undertaker bell.
But yeah, that is all of our Humper Chats. That's all of our Super Chats. Appreciate you guys, as always, for the support, hanging in with us for an overstuffed episode.
There's a lot to talk about.
A lot of wrestling to talk about. A lot to get into. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your holiday weekends. Enjoy those leftovers. Enjoy 5 hours of wrestling or how much wrestling you're going to enjoy. But this has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Righteous Reg. We're out of here.